morning. Good morning and welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. We are full of news coming in today. So I hope you guys are having a good morning and join me here briefly in the Dennis Herrera Show. Good morning, Robert. How are you, big bro? Hope you're having a good day, my man. Man, my eyes are watery. My eyes are tired. Whew, man, a lot of information to catch up on today. It's crazy. Allah means God. You know that, right? But yes, I believe. If you believe that Allah is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, I agree with you. To me, that is the true God. Let's see here. Assalamu alaikum. Since you are in here with your religion and your God, you are welcome here in my chat. As anybody is welcome in our country, just respect our laws and the rule of our country. That's all I ask from people that want to practice their own religion. Man. A lot of good stuff today. I hope that I can capture it the way that I gotten on my brain this morning because, man, it's a lot of good things, a lot of crazy things. And I was able to get access back to my Truth Social. Let's see. Sorry, we could not update. Oh, man, come on. Update. David. What's up? David wants to be greeted like Brian Reedy. That is Brian Reedy's old school. Bring it all back, y'all. All right. We'll go ahead and take that off. No big deal. It's all good. I'm trying to do some updates all here as I'm speaking because I'm running out of time, guys. I have to do all of these things, and I want to be here at 8 in the morning, 7 sometimes, and stream some of the events that we get put through. But, man, I got a lot of stuff to do, okay? Not excuses. I'm just saying. Right. Rick. Good morning, Rick. biggest discus, biggest discus. You don't even believe in Allah. Get out of here with that. Get out of here with that. But for those of you who like to practice some words in Arabic, why not? Inshallah. I as a Christian, as a Westerner, I always said to myself, why do we have to say hallelujah if we're Christians? Why not just say what it means to us? 1,000 praises be to God, right? Hallelujah. And then, you have this, Allahu Akbar. Okay, well, that's the Arab word for, whatever they want to say. And, inshallah, let be God's will. And, amen. Instead of saying amen, how about we say, let it be done? I mean, that's what it means, So it be. So it be is what amen means. So it really is just a confirmation. That's all that is. But yes, by all means, I love hearing of other religions. What I don't like is religions that are trying to kill others. One thing is to say, if you're a sinner, you're going to go to hell because the Bible says that. I wouldn't tell people that they're going to hell, but I will say that that's a true statement. If you're a sinner, you will go to hell if you don't accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. Now, why do I say sinner? Because everybody falls short. Everybody falls short. Everybody misses the mark. So technically, we are all sinners, okay? That's the way that I look at religion and stuff. So you can practice whatever religion you want. I'm good. I'll respect that. Trust me. When I speak bad about Muslims, let it be clear. I speak bad about Muslims just as Christians have committed atrocities in the past. And I speak against Christians that are in sinful nature in the church. Like, for example, these big, massive churches that have gay pastors. That totally goes against what God told us to do. So I will rebuke them, and I will exhort them in the same manner that I rebuked the infidel Muslims. Now, to me, infidel Muslims are those who actually believe that submit to God, Allah, it's actually submitting to a government. But those are infidels. Those who claim to worship Muhammad, a pedophile. Those to me are infidels. But those Muslims that believe in all the good words and all the good messages from the Bible, those to me are real Muslims because they are devoted to a religion of prayer and worship. Now, when they come out on the streets and start burning things down and, becoming violent, I think that tells me all I need to know about those particular Muslims. So same thing with Christians. They go out there and start burning stuff and come in and rioting and all that. Well, you know what? That you're not real Christians either. So it goes both ways. I respect all cultures. Do I worship idols? No. If I go to a monk table, would I be respectful? Yes. That is their house. That is their place. And I need to be respectful. Okay? Trump can say and do whatever he wants, guys. He's the president. He can do whatever he wants. You guys concentrate on Trump a little bit too much. You guys got to get rid of the TDS. Once you get rid of the TDS, you guys will be ready to tackle the world full speed ahead, and you'll be able to make some good decisions in your life. Let's see. Who else do we got in here? I already say hi to the first ones to come in here. Flint Teswood says, I need the hat. I love it. Biggie says, you shall have no other gods before me. You Christians don't follow the first commandment. Well, now when you say no gods before me, what do you think? What do you think that means? You see, you're quoting it wrong. What it says is, you shall not make any image and worship it. You should not be an idolater, meaning if you have an idol, for example, if you put money before God, if you put your personal feelings before God, that is a sort of worshiping a false idol, false gods. Like, Allah means God, Is it talking about the Father of Jesus Christ? If it is, then that's correct. But if you believe that Allah is not the Father of Jesus Christ, the Son of God, and is in connection with the Holy Spirit, then that's not a real God. Okay? You're worshiping a false God, meaning you have no Holy Spirit to guide you. But that's it, guys. It's religion is pretty complicated. The difference is, and what I want people to understand is this: stop being violent and stop threatening people to death. That is what you must do. Stop it. Stop it. If you want to practice Sharia law, go to a Muslim country that practices Sharia law. This nation has its own government with its own laws to follow. We got enough problems with people not following our law. We don't need your other extra things in our laws, in our country. So there you go. Assimilate. Learn the culture. What is freedom of religion? If you don't believe in freedom of religion, this is the wrong country for you, because if you're not allowed to practice Sharia law, then you shouldn't be in this country in the first place. All right? Everybody else that wants to pray to Allah, hey, by all means, do it in your house. You got your mosque. Do whatever you got to do. All right? Christians don't go on the street and start praying to God. Let me go ahead and start off with this. I'm not upset. Just so you know, this is how I talk when I get excited. So don't think that I'm upset at you, okay? I say this with all my love. I really do. But let's talk about this religion problem that we have. You know, for many years, we have asked that they allow us to pray in school. We have asked the government, the officials, to let us start school with a prayer to God. Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. And they said, no, we can't have that. We cannot have religion in school. So they took away the Christian flag. No prayer. Nothing. But now they're telling me that if you're a Muslim, you have to pray 5 times in the school hours? It is ridiculous. No. If you are a true Muslim, and if you are a true American, and these are the rules in the schooling system, guess what? Muslims don't qualify to be teachers in American schools because they put their religion before the rules of our country. So, okay, they don't want us to pray in school. Gotcha. I gotcha. Nobody's being forced to be Christian. But the problem today in our time is that they are forcing us to accept Islam in our schools, to force prayer in our schools. Teachers are not teaching because they have to do their prayer. How is that right? How is that right? I'm serious. I'm serious. So right now, we're not talking about Trump. I want you to stay on subject. I guarantee you, if you stay on subject, we will have a nice conversation. So try to control yourself from coming. I'm not insulting anybody. Try to control yourself from being in bad behavior. Stick to the subject so that we can have a dialogue. I am reading some of the comments. I can't read all of them. But what I'm telling you is the truth. 100%. 100% the truth. Listen, let's get this out of the way. I do not think President Trump is perfect. I will be stupid if I think that. I do not worship President Trump. I love Trump for what he has done. And I understand him for what he has been through in life. I worship Jesus Christ, the Holy Trinity. It's the only thing I worship. But I believe that God put Trump in there, just like he put Biden, just like he put Barack Obama. I believe that God is in control of all of that. Whether it be for good or bad, according to our human mind, is irrelevant. It is God's will. It is God who is teaching us a lesson in life. And whether we want to do what's evil or want to do what's good, well, that's according to our spirit, isn't it? And I can tell you right now that there's a lot of Christians out there that are full of sin, alcoholics, fornicators, adulterers, liars, hypocrites, etc. We got all those things. And the Bible says that neither the drunkards nor the homosexuals or the effeminate men or those, none of them are going to heaven. None of them. None of them. Not even an alcoholic is going to heaven. You understand this? This is a true Christian teaching. But we got Jesus Christ. And Jesus Christ, if you deny yourself, if you denied your bad habits, if you deny alcohol because it makes you an alcoholic, if you deny being homosexual, if you deny being the evil person that you are, call on to the name of Jesus Christ. Bring him into your life so that you may also be saved and go to heaven. There is no virgins in heaven. For in heaven, nobody gets married. Not such thing. For in heaven, there is no flesh to keep us bounded, to keep us binded. In heaven, we're spirits. There is no sex. Sorry to bust your bubble if you wanted 72 virgins up there. That doesn't happen. Angels don't have a gender. They don't have a sex. Now listen to me. This is a big mystery to you. But I want you to understand this. Demons hate the flesh. Demons are so pissed off that they mutilate themselves. They commit suicide. Demons want humans to be violent, to destroy and kill each other, and to be filled with sin. Because demons want to punish you for the sin that they have committed in their time with God. See, there's spirits inside the body. They don't like their body. If they are made males, they don't like it. They want to be whoever they want. Some of them go as far as to say they don't have a gender at all. Even if they have male genitalia. Genitals, sorry. Even if they have male genitals. Even if they have women ovaries. They deny that. They just don't want to have a gender. They don't want to have a sex. That's demonic. Again, this is a mystery. Many will not understand. And I don't care. I do, but I don't care. I do in a way of that I am afraid that you're going to lose your soul because of the sin. But I don't care in a way of saying you have your right to be who you want to be. You choose to be what you want to be. You choose to do what you want to do. But keep that shit to yourself. I am in no way perfect. I have temptations just like everybody else. Some temptations are women. Some temptations are money. Some temptations are just greed and power. Some temptations is vanity, materialistic things. Some temptations is just a nice car. We all have temptations. The fact that money doesn't tempt me, well, that's just something that doesn't tempt me. If you don't get tempted by women, fantastic. Good for you. I really mean it. But some people are tempted by alcohol. A lot of people are tempted in many different ways and forms. Demons are jealous that us humans have a chance to be with God again. Listen to me. This body is just a jail for us. You know who we are? Let me tell you a mystery. And if God wants to reveal it to you, God bless you. Let me tell you a mystery. This body that we have is a jail. When we say, don't look at the beauty outwards, look at the beauty inside. Get to know the people inside and not outside. You know why? Because this flesh rots, it sags, boulders, it becomes ugly. But the fire inside, you have to understand something. The energy that burns inside this body is only contained by the power of God. Your spirit is so precious. It is so powerful. God gave you a soul. God gave you a brain. That's what your soul is. It gave you a brain to say, what do you want to choose in life? Do you want to choose the spirit, which wants good, which wants to be back with God? Or do you want to choose the flesh, which is the jail and the corruption of the human? Let this mystery be shown to you in its full truth. I am not pretending to be perfect, by no means at all. I am nothing, not even close. As a matter of fact, I can't even tell you that I'm going to heaven. Only God knows that. Will you get mad at me because I say bad words? Listen, vipers and snakes was the biggest insult to the rabbis and the Pharisees of their time. People get insulted by just being called a Democrat. That's crazy. I had a call yesterday. The guy says, just don't call me a Democrat. Because, that will just rage me. And that's demonic. That's a bad spirit. You can call me whatever you want, but give me some sense. I can tell you, in 2 Thessalonians, the Apostle Paul tells us about the rapture. Now, you don't have to believe on the rapture. That's fine. But the mystery is also revealed to those who God chooses to reveal it to. It says that those who have died, believing in God. The word says those who are sleeping. But before they slept, they believed in God and believed and accepted Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. It says that those who died, believing in God, will be resurrected when Jesus comes back. But it's not going to be flesh. Only the spirit will resurface from those tombs. And it also says that those who are alive in that time will also be transformed into spirits. And together we will see the whole splendor and glory of Jesus Christ and God's mighty power with all of his angels, and we will meet up with him in the air. And here comes judgment. You don't have to believe me. You don't have to believe me. So when I tell you I am not the kind of Christian that you want me to be, I'm not. I am not Jesus Christ. I depend on Jesus Christ, which is the difference. I am nobody. He is everything. I am weak. He is strong, almighty. For I am meek so that he can be superior. Nothing that I do in my life is my doing, but is God's will in my life. You see, the future is already written. Everybody who will be saved and go into heaven, their name is already written in the book of life. But so it has been written, it can be deleted by God. So whether I am saved or not, I will not know until that day. But until then, I choose to live my life with truth. Even with all my imperfections, I wouldn't change anything in my life. This is the way God made me. And this is the way God has created me for this specific moment today. Don't blaspheme the name of God, Jorge. Don't be stupid, please. You have to understand, just because I'm very spiritual and I have a relationship with God, with the Son, it does not mean that I'm not human. I will still be human so that I can deal with the humans in this world. I have to rebuke you and exhort you. And in return, you can do the same. But you don't understand. There's a mystery that you don't understand. And I always say it out. If you want to have a conversation with me, you have to know how to talk to me. How many times have you been in my show and I have told you, I believe in all people should have the freedom of their religion. Don't impose that on me. If anybody chooses to go and follow that religion, by all means, let them. Because God does not force you to believe. This is how you can test if a religion is true. They will not force you. Do you understand? Muslim will kill you if you don't convert, if you don't follow the rules. Buddhists don't care. They just do their thing. They're also hypocritical. All religions, let me tell you about Christianity, and you guys, if you're Christian, you are not going to like this. Can Artemis turn back when they see Earth on fire? Whew. I don't know, man. That's a question for a different time in our segment. What the heck, dude? May God rebuke you, Satan. Everybody has a freedom of religion. Atheists are going by choice. Atheists are going where they want to go by choice. See, God, Christians, okay? Christians will not like me for this. Because in Christianity, the men's doctrines are corrupted. This is why we're not supposed to have a doctrine made of man. This is why you're not supposed to be a Baptist, a Pentecostal, a Lutheran, a Protestant. You're not supposed to be any of those things. You're supposed to be a Christian. That's it. Stop it with the men's doctrines. Catholics, thou shalt not make any idols. You should not worship idols. Who do you pray to God with? In the name of Jesus Christ. You don't pray to a statue, to a rock, to a wood-made idol. I exhort you in the name of Jesus Christ to stop it. Get rid of all that garbage. Those saints are not saints. Do you understand? Christ is not on the cross. He is not on that cross. Oh, man, a lot of Catholics are going to hate me today. But you know I'm speaking the truth. And if you don't believe me, go read the Bible. I think it's time that you go and read the Bible because you are not doing what God told you to do. I talked to a lady, such a devoted Catholic since she was a little girl and she's old. I said, you need to get rid of those statues, those idols in your house. She says, oh, not my little saints. Oh, I need my little saints. No, you don't. Why? The Holy Spirit is with you. And you got to talk to God. Only through Jesus Christ can you do that. Only through the Holy Spirit can you do that. You don't get to sit there and talk to the Virgin Mary. What virgin? She's not a virgin no more. She had kids. She was touched by a man after Jesus was born. There's the Virgin of Suyapa, the Virgin of this and Guadalupe and all this bull crap. Those are idols. Do you understand? Allah praises a pedophile because Allah supposedly supports Muhammad. How can that be the true God supporting a pedophile? Doesn't make sense, does it? Oh, man, that's not what I was going to talk about today, but you guys want religion today, you get religion today. There's a big difference. See, I don't bow down to Trump. I bow down to Christ only. And God has put him in office for a reason, just as God has made me the Christian that I am today. Because today we have to fight with a bunch of demons who pretend to be Christians. But at the end of the day, they do not have true love in their hearts. See, when I rebuke you and I exhort you, I do that because I don't want you to be that person. And when people come in here pretending to be Christians and they want to talk bad about me, like the good old faithful Catholic Christian Melody, she's so full of love that she's going to won me over to the good side. She's so full of love that all she can do is just curse me and condemn me, and she worships false idols. Good old Catholic Melody. When she talks to me the way she talks to me, like many other people talk to me in a bad way, they don't do it because they want me to be a better person. They do it because they hate me. And that's the bottom line. When I exhort you and I rebuke you, I want you to be free. I want you to be better. That's love. But the opposite happens when people talk with me with hate. And they translate my rebuking, righteous rebuking and exhorting, into hate. Why? Because they like the sin. They like to live in a lie. Liars don't like the truth. And we have proven here many times, over and over. I said, this person does this, this, and that. Liar, raw liar, always lying. And then I go and show them that person saying they are this, that, and that. And they still say liar. And then they leave the chat. And then they leave. Come in with a different profile. Was just made about a week ago. Don't think I don't check your profiles. I check everybody's profiles. A lot of your trolls, fakes, you just want to say bad things about people. I'm going to recap. When you love with God's love, you tell the truth, even if it hurts the feelings of that person whom you're telling the truth to. If you don't want that person to be successful, then you're a hypocrite. See, I tell everybody, I am not jealous of your riches. I am not jealous because you're a millionaire. There is people that come in here saying that they're rich. I don't care. What you call rich means nothing to me. You know that a lot of Christians out there, they believe that the more good deeds that they do here, the more jewels and treasures they will have in heaven. I don't give a crap about treasures. Think about the promise. We will never be sad. We will never be tired. We will live forever, and we will live with Jesus Christ and God, and we have the Holy Spirit. What the hell do I need gold and silver and jewels for? It's enough just to be in the presence of God. Everybody, every Christian that believes that they have to do something for prosperity. What is good prosperity if you have no love in your heart? What is it good that you go over and say you're a great Catholic and you have no love in your heart? When have I shown you hate? Not once. Not once. For every time that I say something about anybody, I always tell them they don't have to stay that way. That is the message every single time. Not everybody gets it, but that's not my fault. It is the Holy Spirit who delivers the message to the people that He chooses to call. If you don't have any conviction at all, you will not get the answer that you seek. There will be no signs given to you. But those who don't ask for a sign and believe in God, their faith will show them the truth of what they should be. Unbelievable. All right, that's all the religious you get from me today, at least for now. For now, that is all the religious that you get from me. I want to say welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. It is God's gift to me to have the skills that I possess. You don't have to be jealous about it. And I'm not trying to say that I am everything and I have this big, talent that nobody else has. Absolutely not. But I am very grateful for the little bit of skills that God has allowed me to have. Okay? So with that being said, I got access to my Truth Social account. By the way, mods, if you give people a warning, after 2 warnings, the third time, you can send them on their way. Give them a 5, 10, 30, and then if they still don't behave, then just go ahead and put them in timeout for a day. Let them cool off until they find a subject that they actually like. All right, so here's the thing. Thank you, Samuel. I love you too. You know what? Let me say hello to some of you guys in here. So I was going to say something nice to some people here, but my flesh is beating me and doesn't want to. All right, I see my man. Welcome, my Patriot veteran. Good to have you in my corner. Love you, big bro. Love you very much. I really do, man. You are a real American patriot, and I love you very much. Cool Cat Renee, my Southern California brother, big bro as well. Cool Cat Renee is also a big bro down in the South. Love you very much. I love it when you're here, brother. Just so you know I don't always acknowledge you, but believe me, I love you. I thank you for that. Big brother Robert, you and I, we talk sometimes. I appreciate you. You know what I go through. I know what you go through. We have a good friendship. Even though we haven't met in person, we have a good relationship, and I appreciate you every step of the way. And I want to say this today because if I don't mention this when I'm doing my show, just so you know, I'm trying to concentrate on what I'm trying to do. So thank you, my patrons, for hanging in there, staying tough, and keep supporting the truth. All right, everybody else, Jason Martin, how are you, my friend? One of my biggest blessings also that came into my life through YouTube. Maybe one day God would allow me to taste your food, and if it's nasty, you will hear about it. But if it tastes good, I'll give you props. Now, those jalapenos with bacon, I can't promise you that I'm going to be happy with because I can't handle spicy stuff too much like I used to. Pamela Hernandez, God bless you. God bless you. Thank you for putting that in there. Pedro Nunez, I hope that you're learning something. Really, God is talking to all of you guys, even to the transsexual on the chat. Unicorn, it's all good, buddy. It's all good. God still loves you. He doesn't see the sin, but he still sees you and is calling for you. Ape, good morning, Ape. Mud Butters, good morning. I hope you're not too grouchy today. Let's see. John says, hey, Dennis, I wish you could leave, realign out of politics with the whole Israel. I don't know what the hell that means. Can you put that on there again, John? Because maybe you misspelled something that makes sense. Rock and Roll says, amen, bro. I hear that little heavy dang, from the guitar. I wish I was better at sound effects. You guys will have so much more fun. Let's see. Jorge, when you get in this mood, you need a Pope hat. Hell no. I don't want no Pope hat, bro. Let them see the big face that I have. It is what God gave me, and it is what it is. Keon, good morning, brother. I see you. I'm catching up. Coyotes, ow! Welcome, sir. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. Man, we got some stuff today, bro. If I ignore you members, please, I'm not ignoring you completely. I appreciate you being in here, but, man, we got some things to cover. I have no notes. It's horrible. I should have notes, okay? Maybe in the future, I will probably make a list of things and notes to follow, etc. Good morning, Sandra. Good to see you on here. Afternoon, sorry. It is 12. It is 12:14 right now in my clock here. I'm telling you, I have been spending hours this morning after I dropped my wife off, and my eyes are burning. My eyes are crying sometimes from trying to read and gather all this information. And, I happen to listen to a bunch of different legacy media outlets. When they start lying about something, I can't stand it. I can't listen to it anymore. But you know what? It just happens to be that even though Fox is not perfect, they're the closest to the truth that I follow. So, I play a little clips from them. But I want you to understand something. It's not just that it's Fox. I want you to know who is on the interview. What are the questions that they're asking in the interview? And I think that's what matters, and that's what I pay attention to, all right? David Barb, you're always here, my friend. Appreciate you. God bless you, man. God bless you. God bless everybody on the chat, man. You and your families, whether you like me or not, is irrelevant. May God bless all of you, man. All right, so I got Todd Blanche talking about Pam Bundy because last night somebody told me that I lie about everything. Remember, Alan something, called in and says, that I offend so many people. He says you offend fat people. I don't know if I make jokes about fat people, but I've been once at 300 pounds. Okay, I am down to 270 right now. I did go down to 260, but now I'm back to 270. I need to exercise more, working on it. We'll get there. But he started with that. I am offending fat people, and I'm like, how? Okay, tell me how. And he wasn't able to tell me, how. But anyway, so he calls in and he says, well, I said, give me one thing that I lied about. And he says, Pam Bundy. And I said, okay, what have I lied about? I said, Pam Bundy did a great job. She made a lot of mistakes. She should have been fired. Absolutely. I agree. I said, now what? And then he starts just going off and turning, guys, come on. Come on. You got to give me a break. There is hundreds of you against me, okay? And, of course, my mods and my members that support me, I appreciate you. But there's hundreds of you against me. So give me a break if I don't have the patience to read all the stupid comments on the chat because most of them are stupid. They are degrading. If I throw a retarded word out there, you guys come back with like hundreds of bad words towards me. So there is that. All right. Before we start here, let me get some a refill on my white coffee mixed with mushroom coffee. The thing is about white coffee and mushroom coffee, you always have to keep stirring it because the mushroom powder actually goes to the bottom of the coffee. So I don't like that. I'm going to tell you something. If you guys have not drank white coffee, you're missing out. Not on everything because it tastes like shit. Starting to get used to it, though. And you can also mix it with whatever type of coffee you like. Maybe you want to mix it with some tea or whatever you're into. You can mix it up with those things as well and then enjoy it. All right, let's go ahead and start off. Let's see. Will Trump follow through or is he taco? When people say taco, bro, I get hungry. Stop using the word taco and actually say the whole word. I forgot what taco stands for you guys, but I don't find that I need to go and look it up every time. I just don't care about it, guys. I apologize. Viral Media, how are you? Let's see. I don't know what TN available tonight. I don't know what that means, bro. What the heck is white coffee? Says Samuel. So coffee, okay? Now I'm gonna try to explain it in my words. So when you hear of coffee, you automatically see the brown roast, right? That's your key right there. It's roasted coffee. That means that it's burnt. The more that is burnt, the less caffeine it has and the less benefits to your body it has. So you will get a hard crash drinking a lot of dark coffee. With white coffee, you don't get a hard crash. You lose your energy after hours, of course, but you don't get the hard crash. And it's good for your gut. It's good for the love handles, they say. So I've been drinking this for about a week now. And Robert, I know, brother, I know you sent me that money for the coffee. I have to wait until it's like a government check. It only comes once a month. So I got to wait till the next cycle to do it because I don't want to use the other money. Well, I can, but I don't want to use the other money for the things that will pay for what I do here for the show. I hope that makes sense. But if I have to, I'm going to go and tell my sugar mama, my beautiful wife, to buy me some coffee. Oh, man, such a blessing. Pray for my wife as well for strength. And that's all I'm going to ask you for, okay? Let's see. Dennis, you can't focus on one topic more than 5 minutes. Yeah, that is true. Um, if you don't know what ADDHD is, that is exactly what I have, and I've been dealing with that all my life. So, yes, I will ramble and go around many subjects all at once. But the one thing you have to understand is this. If I am teaching you a specific subject, that's what I'm going to talk about. The problem is that as I read comments, right? Somebody will say something about immigration, somebody will say something about the president, somebody will say something about this over there, and all those little comments, it does come into my mind, and I will talk about it. So the hardest thing for me to do is to ignore all the noise, put all the junk away, and just deliver you my message as I did this morning. That's why I didn't want to read comments too much. So that's how it goes. You got this part of religion, that which is what I talk about in the show: politics, religion, story time. Some people like the boring stories. Yeah, it is what it is. My show is not for everybody, but anybody that is in here, I appreciate. Moskov, tell me ADDHD is not real when I have to live with it every day. Every day, it's like Antifa, guys. It's just a figment of your imagination. Okay, whatever. Now, what I will tell you is, now ADDHD to me is not a disability. To me, it's not something that I can use as an excuse for failing in the world, but it does. But it does. I'm not drinking alcohol, sweetheart. It's just white coffee and mushroom coffee mixed together. Let's see. What do you got, Viral? What's going on? Let me see. Help me. What do you need? Let's see. 10 seconds. Don't spam. I will cancel you. What do you need? I'm asking you a question. Hopefully you're listening. Just go ahead and put it on the chat and let me know, okay? Let me know. All right. Samuel says triggers thoughts. Yes. Actually, you know what, Steve is one of my new members, and Steve I think he gave out like 10 free memberships. Keon, stop lying, man. Keon, they say that ADDHD is fake. It doesn't exist. Oh, man. Keon, bro. Much love to you, bro. Right on 7, welcome. God bless you. Keon says, I think the important topic for today is the Iran. Absolutely. We'll get there. We'll get there. Trump made a huge announcement. Oh, and I got access to my Truth Social account. Whoop, whoop. We will go ahead and read some of those. Viral media. I am also poor. I don't let that bother me. I still got to hustle every day and try to make some money. We got to work. We got to work. If your body able to work, you got to get a job. You got to get a job. All right? Okay. So, with that being said, Kian, remind me, we will come back to that subject. Let's see. Where are you? All right, here we go. So, it's not that Trump meant to praise Allah sarcastically. Yeah. Yeah. You know what, though, guys, in all reality, though, even though he did say praise to Allah as in that's what they worship, I understand that. But even if he meant it in a religious way, so what? Let him say it. He's not trying to, be a terrorist, so that's okay. Like Abdullah. Abdullah, when he comes in here, and if he doesn't go crazy, he says, things like, praise be to Allah. Okay, praise be to God. Allahu Akbar. That they use that a lot as an evil sense, but the meaning of it is not. It's not evil. So if you hear Inshallah, God's will be done. That's not evil. It's just when they use it in a terroristic way, it becomes hypocritical, and that's why President Trump said that, because that's how he sees them. Now, yeah, we'll get to it, but I believe there is a comment that I'm going to touch on. Yes, that's the one. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. And yes, I think there's not much excuse that I can give for what he's trying to say. And all I can tell you is this. How many times have you told your child when you're disciplining, I am going to beat the mess out of you. But you don't do it. Is it okay to say? No. It's not okay to say. But people say it. And it's not right. But that's something that you say when somebody pisses you off. But we'll get to it. Don't worry. We'll get to it. And I'm going to show you something that, well, a lot of people on the left are going to disagree with me on this, but the truth shall set you free. Hopefully, please, God, give me words. Let me stay focused. Let's go ahead and listen to Blanche because I haven't heard this yet, so we'll do it together, okay? All right, and then, I'm going to be able to chill for a little bit. Exactly, my son used that as an excuse. I don't know what you guys are talking about there. I missed you there a little bit. So we'll get caught up with it, but let's go ahead and listen to Todd Blanche for a bit.
Attorney General Bondi did an incredible job tackling violent crime, drug cartels, and reforming this department. Our streets are safer because of Pam's vision and her commitment to justice. It has been an honor to serve with her, and I know that what she has coming up next, we will continue to hopefully be able to work together. Every day, Department of Justice investigators and prosecutors work to punish those who commit fraud. For example, just this week, and it's only Tuesday, a criminal defendant was sentenced and the department obtained 2 additional guilty pleas in matters totaling over $500 million in healthcare and COVID fraud. If you think about that, just since yesterday, we had a guilty plea in a $160 million healthcare enrollment fraud scheme and a sentencing in a $100 million COVID-19 fraud and a guilty plea in a $160 million healthcare fraud scheme as well. Each of these cases represents countless hours of dedication from the prosecutors and the federal agents and local law enforcement who work them. The Department of Justice is holding criminals accountable for stealing over $500 million from taxpayers. And across our U.S. attorney's offices, all over this country, we currently have over 8,000 fraud matters underway. Unfortunately, as you've heard a lot about recently, because it's true, these cases represent a fraction of the fraud ripping off our country every day. Thanks to the leadership of President Trump, this department, working closely with the task force to eliminate fraud, is supercharging efforts to take down every fraudster and bring them to justice. I want to thank the Vice President and Anti-Fraud Task Force Chair Andrew Ferguson for their focus on this issue and for empowering this department to go after criminals who steal from the government like never before. Our goal is to prevent this from ever happening again. Because of this administration's leadership, fraudsters, scammers, tax cheats, or anyone who lies to get rich off the generosity of the American people should be on notice. Now, this isn't new for this department. We have a storied history of combating fraud and bringing criminal actors to justice. But the department has never adopted a comprehensive and coordinated approach to investigating and prosecuting fraud against taxpayer dollars and taxpayer-funded programs. With over $1 trillion at stake every single year, threatened by increasingly sophisticated and opportunistic fraudsters, the time for this comprehensive and coordinated approach is now. And so today, I'm proud to announce in greater detail the creation of the National Fraud Enforcement Division. Its core mission will be to zealously investigate and prosecute those who steal taxpayer dollars and rip off the American people. Our vision is to build a robust fraud-fighting squad capable of investigating and prosecuting the full spectrum of fraud against taxpayer dollars. We are going to staff this division by some of the department's best prosecutors, bringing together experts in healthcare fraud, tax fraud, benefits fraud, and corporate fraud under one roof with one mission: to protect the American people from fraud. Every U.S. Attorney's Office across the country will also be joining this re-energized fight against fraud. This means, in pure numbers, that there will be an additional 93 prosecutors in every district across the country devoted to the mission of combating fraud with the National Fraud Enforcement Division. To the attorneys and staff who join this new division, you will have the entire department's support as you work to protect the financial integrity of our entire government and the tax system that supports it. We will spare no resources in giving you the tools that you need to bring strong cases and do justice. The new division will bring together data and investigators from across the entire government so that you can track down even the most sophisticated fraudsters and hold them accountable. For example, today I am directing the department to establish the National Fraud Detention Center. This fraud detention center will be a permanent, prosecutor-led, multi-agency data analytics team working to ferret out the most harmful actors defrauding federal government programs. So to the fraudsters who seek to take advantage of our nation, let this be a warning. The department will investigate you, we will charge you with crimes, and we will ensure that you are punished for your actions. The American people deserve an end to the crisis of fraud, and there is no better prosecutor to lead this mission than newly appointed Assistant Attorney General Colin McDonald, who's standing to my left. In the words of President Trump, he is very smart, tough, and highly respected. Colin is a veteran prosecutor who has spent his entire career as an Assistant United States Attorney in the Southern District of California. During his time in the Office of the Deputy Attorney General, he championed public safety and law enforcement, and I am confident that the National Fraud Enforcement Division and the entire department will benefit from his experience and his total commitment to justice. I expect there will be more to come in the next days and weeks from Colin and the anti-fraud task force, but I wanted to tell the American people today what this department is doing to comprehensively attack the fraud crisis in this country. Thank you. I'll take a few questions.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Attorney General. President Trump has made no secret of the fact that he wants to see his perceived political enemies prosecuted. So now that you're in this position, how are you going to balance that relentless pressure with this administration's promise to end the weaponization of this department?
Well, look, first of all, we have thousands of ongoing investigations and prosecutions going on in this country right now. And it is true that some of them involve men, women, and entities that the president in the past has had issues with and that believe should be investigated. That is his right, and indeed it is his duty to do that, meaning to lead this country. And so I do not view this as pressure. I do not view this as something that is going to keep me up at night, except to make sure that we are investigating every case that we have to the fullest extent of the law and using all the resources we can. And when you talk about weaponization, and it's become a word that is supposedly that when we talk about ending weaponization, as if that's a bad thing for us to do. Okay, people in this room for 4 years, some of you, same people, sat here with the last administration when you saw a weaponization of this department, the likes of which had never been seen in history. And some of you are looking down now, and I get it, because you had a president who was indicted 4 times by this department. You had a president who, along with this department, had assistance. So this department helped 2 other local DAs go after the president. You had this department who stood idly by while states tried to keep President Trump off the ballot. Okay, that's what happened the past 4 years. And so when I'm asked questions or when I see reporting about shock and awe at this supposed weaponization of this Department of Justice, it means nothing to me because it's completely false. What we're doing and what we've been doing for the past 14 months is changing this department. We're no longer, people say the president wants to go after his political enemies. No, the president has said time and time again that he wants justice. And if you look at what happened to him, his family, his administration, the agents that protected him, People that happened to just walk by him on a given day, they got subjected to massive investigations by this department. So I understand the question, and I understand the pretty constant role of the media that somehow this department is weaponizing itself, but it happens not to be true. We have tens of thousands of prosecutors all over this country putting bad guys in jail. Okay, that's something that wasn't happening like it should have been happening for the past 4 years. That's going to happen tomorrow, and it's going to happen in the coming days.
She lost her job though because she was not successful in that pursuit.
You read the same exact communication from the president that I did. Pam Bondi is a trusted friend of President Trump's, will remain so. And no, nobody has any idea why the Attorney General is no longer the Attorney General and I'm the acting Attorney General, except for President Trump.
Two questions. One, kind of housekeeping. Since you are announced as the acting Attorney General today, when is Pam Bondi's last day on the job? And is this a position that you would like full-time?
So there's a bunch of questions there. So I am the acting Attorney General. As far as Pam Bondi's last day on the job, I'm the acting Attorney General. I'm going with her. We're traveling together tomorrow to a pre-scheduled event. So she'll be with me tomorrow. We've been regularly communicating over the past several days for an appropriate transition. She is very much a big supporter of this department, like she was last Thursday morning. She remains the same, and I expect that will continue. As to whether or not I want this job, I did not ask for this job. I love working for President Trump. It's the greatest honor of a lifetime, and if President Trump chooses to keep me as acting, that's an honor. If he chooses to nominate me, that's an honor. If he chooses to nominate somebody else and I go back to being the DAG, that's an honor. If he chooses to nominate somebody else and asks me to go do something else, I will say, thank you very much, I love you, sir. So I don't have any goals or aspirations beyond that.
And then just a quick question on fraud, sir. CBS has done a lot of reporting on hospice fraud specifically. What are you doing to clamp down on that? Who exactly are you targeting? Doctors, owners, when it comes to hospice fraud specifically?
Yes, exactly. I mean, everybody that participates in it. I mean, you see that fraud is the question was about hospice fraud, and that's the purest form of stealing from the American people's pockets, in that it is a lot of money designed to help the most vulnerable among us. And so, who are we prosecuting? It depends on who's committing the crime. If it's the doctor, it's the doctor. If it's the hospital organization itself, fine. If it's the families of the patient, fine. Yeah.
There's been a lot.
Behind you, sorry.
Thank you. How will you lead this department differently than your predecessor, Attorney General Bondi? Have you had any discussions with the president about what he wants you to do differently?
So I will never talk about any communications I have with President Trump. How I will lead differently, I'm not comparing myself to Attorney General Bondi. I'm going to lead the way that I've been leading as the Deputy Attorney General, which is a job that requires obviously the same type of leadership I need to have now. So.
Question on fraud, real quick. I know this position was created differently, this AAG for fraud, by the White House. Will the prosecutors working in this newly created section, will they have a different chain of command? Will they be reporting to the White House or to the Department of Justice?
No. I mean, the Department of Justice prosecutors and support staff that are in the new division are going to report to this man right here, and then this man reports to the Deputy Attorney General and the Attorney General. So that's the way that every prosecution and prosecutor in this country works and will continue to work.
One on the weaponization, where does the weaponization working group's work stand? Will there be reports coming out of that? Just give us a general update on that. And then, secondly, I just have a question on fraud.
So the work is ongoing and has been ongoing for 14 months now. There's been a lot of results already from that work, if not in written work product. I expect you will see written work product on some parts of the work that's been accomplished very, very soon.
Criminal investigations further?
I'm not going to talk about criminal investigation, what's driving it or not driving it. Go ahead.
Christine Nome, there's been a lot of questions about the firm tied to Christine Nome and the ads that came through that was over $200 million in taxpayer money. Is that something that would fall under the purview potentially of this new fraud unit?
Well, when you say there's been a lot of questions, you mean you all have decided to write a lot about it, hoping that it generates something. So again, I'm not talking about ongoing investigations. If, you know, the new fraud division and what it will, the types of cases that it will encompass is pretty broad, but I'm not going to link it to some speculative idea or a question, yeah.
Acting Attorney General Brett Blanche. My question is this. A number of military and legal scholars have raised questions about bombing a nation's, all of its bridges, all of its energy structure as possible war crimes. What is DOJ's analysis of that position, and could you give us a sense of what you're advising the White House?
We support the Department of Justice, as it always does, supports the Department of War, the White House, Department of State, to the extent that's involved, and our intelligence communities to the extent that that's something that's appropriate. And we provide counsel to them, and we have been doing that as you would expect. Go ahead.
You said earlier that this Department of Justice has indicted President Trump 4 times. Can you explain what you base that statement on? Because obviously you now run this department. Are you basing that on your experience as a defense lawyer for the president, or are you basing that
I read it in what you wrote. What is that? What kind of question is that? He got indicted 4 times. He got indicted in Florida, and then he got indicted in D.C., and then they superseded in Florida, and then they superseded in D.C. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's not, am I breaking news there, that he got indicted 4 times by the feds? This department indicted him 4 times. Go ahead.
There's been a lot of leads been posted online about fraud in particular. Earlier this year, social media influencers have been talking about this. Are there any of those leads that have been something that have that you're not going to exclude from being part of the investigations under this new fraud unit? Particularly some of the things we saw go viral on X earlier this year.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think not just with fraud, with any crime that anybody investigates, whether it's the feds or state or local, we get leads. A lot of the ways that we solve crime is from the community and from tips. And so we saw a lot of investigative journalism or just citizens that identified what they believed to be fraud. And that's the way a lot of our cases start, not just in this space. And so, yes, I expect that, I think that if you're an FBI agent, you should be willing to take a tip from anywhere. So, in the back, yeah. You.
How specifically are you staffing the new fraud division?
I can't hear you.
Yeah, how are you going to be staffing the new fraud division? Like, which specific components and units are going to be pulling staff over to it? And more generally, do you have any concerns, just given the there's been a lot of discussion about AUSAs, prosecutors, and white-collar units leaving the department over the past year, or being redirected to immigration cases? Do you have any concerns that you're going to have the man and women power to do the type of surge you're calling for?
So the answer to your first question is we're going to staff the new division in a combination of ways, bringing folks over that are here, using U.S. attorneys to detail their prosecutors, but they'll stay in their district, and then hiring, and so it's not limited to one place. And I have zero concerns about the narrative that exists in some of the writings from the folks in this room, from disgruntled formers and what a few disgruntled formers put on LinkedIn. Our department is prosecuting more cases than were prosecuted for 3 years, year over year, stat after stat, crime over crime. And so we can handle a lot of stuff. We can do immigration cases, robberies, drug cartels, and fraud cases. And so we're always hiring. Every administration, there's turnover. So we're no different. I think that the folks that are here, we have the best prosecutors in the world. Our U.S. attorneys are stacked with prosecutors, and they're working hard every day, and I don't think that will change. And so, no, that is, of all the concerns I have, that is not one. Back, yeah.
Thank you, sir. Cameron with Daily Wire. My question is about the emphasis on what states this could potentially be emphasized in related to fraud, sort of staffing there, and then what does the coordination look like with other agencies within the administration? Has HHS been in the loop? Has HUD been in the loop? Are there any particular programs outside of hospice that are major focuses?
So there's every state. So as I said, we're going to do a combination of building up the division here in D.C., but then every U.S. Attorney's Office, which necessarily means every state, and in many states more than one, will have at least one prosecutor dedicated to this effort. And yes, Every single federal agency is involved in this. Where we get a lot of our cases is from the OIGs, from their inspector generals. And so we're working, I know that Colin has already reached out and had ongoing communications with virtually, if not every one of them, and that will continue. HSI will be a big partner in this effort. FBI, every federal agency already does fraud. So we're not saying, hey, can you guys start investigating something you've never investigated before? It's really, again, just re-energizing us and saying, listen, we're doing a lot of fraud prosecutions, and it's the tip of the iceberg, and so we need to focus a lot more energy and effort on that. It's nothing that we've seen before, and it will require a lot of coordination, and that's the goal. Yes.
Mr. Acting Attorney General, can you just expand on your comment that nobody has any idea why Ms. Bondi is no longer the Attorney General? It seems like it's kind of a problem if you don't know what it is the President wants you guys to be doing better.
No, that's an assumption that baked into your question that I don't know that it's true. I mean, the point is that I don't operate every day trying to second guess what President Trump or anybody else is thinking. I just operate every day on doing everything that I need to do to execute the president's agenda and priorities. And I'm not alone in that. I hope every single person that has the privilege to serve in this administration is doing exactly the same thing. So what I was commenting on, and to expand on my comment, is that I grow tired of people in the media saying why President Trump did or did do something, because President Trump's the only one that knows that, and so that was I meant nothing more and nothing less than that. That President Trump's decision for making the decision he did are his own and nobody else's. Go ahead. You got one. Go ahead. Behind you.
Oh, sorry. Now former Attorney General Bondi was facing a subpoena from the House Oversight Committee. Do you expect that she will comply with that, or will this administration, will the Justice Department invoke some sort of privilege to block her from testifying?
So look, as everybody knows, the Attorney General and I went to the House Oversight a few weeks ago. We answered every single question asked for a couple hours. What happens now that she's the former Attorney General and there's the subpoena out there is I think I'll leave to Chairman Comer and others to figure out. I don't have an answer to that.
You won't be invoking a privilege or anything?
Excuse me?
You won't invoke any kind of privilege to block her?
No, I definitely did not say that. I said I will leave it to Chairman Comer to work out with others. I just don't have an answer for you, but I'm not committing to anything. I'm just saying I don't know. Go ahead.
You said the other day that no prosecutor is left at the Justice Department who worked on those investigations of President Trump, and you said that Kash Patel had cleaned house at the FBI. Those comments have already been cited in 2 lawsuits against the department. How do you respond to critics who say that was an acknowledgement that you guys are firing people for political reasons, career civil servants politically for illegal reasons?
It's not that. I mean, it's not that. It's much more simple than that. I mean, look, if you were a prosecutor and you were trying to prosecute your boss, you have ethical duties as a lawyer that I think prevent you from continuing to work in that environment. And so in this case, what we saw and what President Trump went through, every single prosecutor in this department, whether you're an AUSA or working here, you have a duty to do the right thing. And so in cases where and this is beyond this press conference, but I'm happy to talk about it another time, where you had prosecutors that were absolutely not doing the right thing, okay? And so none of those prosecutors, I hope everybody agrees that they shouldn't work here if you're not doing the right thing. And that's what I meant by that. And, you know, listen, it's been talked about a lot, but what happened the last 4 years is something that will never happen again.
The president yesterday said he was prepared to jail a reporter over who, as they search for a leaker behind reports about the downed Air Force officer. Is there an ongoing leak investigation?
I mean, I can say it as many times as folks ask. I will never comment on ongoing investigations. I think that to the extent that we have seen a series of leaks that necessarily involve classified information and putting the lives of our soldiers at risk or the lives of agents at risk, That is something that we will always investigate, and we will investigate if it means sending a subpoena to the reporter. That's exactly what we should do, and that's exactly what we will be doing. If it means doing regular investigations to identify who within the government feels like it's okay to leak classified information to put lives at risk, then we'll try to root him or her out as well. So I'm not going to talk about ongoing investigations except to say that, yes, we will always investigate those types of leaks. I'll just take one more question.
I just want to follow up on Perry's question. She had asked about who this division reports to, and I know you said it's a standard practice, but when it comes to referrals, will the White House or the task force that's being led by Vice President J.D. Vance, will they be making referrals, and will you be taking those up? And I also just had a housekeeping question. You talked, it sounds like you're putting in like the healthcare fraud section here, you're taking parts from the former tax division, but what about like the civil components that do fraud investigations, like the False Claims Act? I mean, is that part of this too, or is this all strictly criminal investigation?
It's primarily criminal, but I don't think that we want to limit ourselves as I stand here and announce it today, because I don't want to box anybody into a corner for what makes the most sense to do, and so that remains to be seen.
But as far as the referrals go, I mean, even if you're not having an official, you know, it's not you're not reporting to the White House, but what if the White House or somebody in the White House says, we want you to investigate this state or this program? I mean, how do you handle that? Because historically, as you know, since Watergate, there's been a kind of a firewall, if you will, on criminal investigations between the White House and the Justice
I
Department.
mean, that is the most false statement I've ever heard in my life. There is always communication between a president and his priorities and what the Department of Justice should be focused on and not focused on. That is not a new thing in this administration, although I know it sounds fun to say that it is. So as far as whether we would take a referral from the White House or take a referral from you even, yes. I mean, yes, if somebody knows about fraud, please tell us. And so if the President of our United States says, I have heard that there is ongoing fraud in Minneapolis, Minnesota, like any president before him, I hope that the Attorney General would absolutely say, yes, we'll investigate that. All right. I appreciate that, guys. So thank you.
Fantastic. Hey, guys, now we have a little bit of time to talk about things here. So here, let's address a couple of things that I see here on the chat. So, Ugman, I went ahead and just for so you can see how much I care about my audience here, I went ahead and pinned the answer to your question. The question that you posed, I believe it was that why is Trump disrespecting dead children or people, dead people in general? And I said, well, what is more important? You disrespecting people that are still alive and judging them according to what you think is right? And my answer simply for that is just those who are dead sleep until Jesus Christ comes back for us. Period. Because you think that when we die that we should have the same honor and respect towards the dead as we should for God. And that's not the same thing. Don't compare us to God. We are literally nothing compared to God. For we sleep when we die. And we don't hear, we don't feel, and we can't talk. Only God can. 100%. And God has them with them. God has them with them. They're not here with us anymore. And that's why we pray that everybody is saved, so that we do have a chance to afterlife. Those children who die innocently, they are the inheritors of heaven. Jesus said, let the children come to me, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. So we're not going to sit here and try to play, let's see how guilty we can make somebody look for their mistakes or their inappropriate comments. Your comments don't mean anything. What matters is what we do with our life. And do I grant you that you're right, that President Trump says things that probably shouldn't say? Sure. But that doesn't change the fact that we are doing what we're supposed to do. Let's go ahead and jump into this. Let's jump into Iraq. Let me see. I got a couple of things to show you here about Iraq. Iran. Let me see if I have it here. And If I can remember what I put it, I will show it to you. We will go ahead and touch up on the homelessness pretty soon. But first, I want to touch up on this. Give me a second here. Come on. There we go. I want you to pay attention to this video here. Iranians form human chains on a bridge, on a electrical plant, etc. Here we go. Let's start with this real quick. So this video, as you look at this video here, what do you notice? What do you notice about this video that I'm showing you right here? I see not the Iranians that are standing against the government, against the regime that is killing their people. I see Iranians, and they even brought a child. Now, let me point out a couple of things, and let's see what you guys can come up with. I see access to internet. Please pay attention. Access to internet. Remember what the Iranian regime did? No access at all. No access. Thank you, Cecil. That's common sense. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. You see supporters of the regime. You don't see the innocent Iranians, or maybe they are innocent and they're being forced, just like Cecil said. Maybe they are being forced to be there. This is very important because it should tell you the truth about what's going on in Iran. If you don't want to listen to the truth, I got you. But here's the thing. They are. I wanna try to dissect this in the best way that I can myself, and you can help me with it. So one way I look at this is, okay, so one, they're being forced, right? They're being forced. Two, if they're not being forced, which is very, very unlikely, if they're not being forced, they are supporting the regime that oppresses them. Number three, human shields. They know that these power plants might be targeted for destruction. Grant Reed, stop it. You're stealing my thunder. Stop it. Common sense, guys. It's not just me. You guys already know what I'm talking about. So you have human shields. See, that's the way that I think with things. Okay, what have we learned? Human shields. They know that this is a potential target. And instead of leaving to safety, they want to die. Just an observation. If somebody said, hey, we're going to attack Seattle, we're dropping some bombs, I ain't going to be the one in Seattle, I'll tell you that right now. I'll be like, hey, thank you for telling me. I am going to the beach in Marysville. I am not going to be in Seattle. I will not be like, hey, Latinos for Trump, come on in here. Guys, everybody, hold hands. No. No. We're getting the hell out of there. We ain't military. We're not military. We're civilians. We go to the temple. Let's go pray. We stay home and we pray. Linda, that is their point. They worship death. Now, I'm putting that last. Because I just had this fight, this battle. Most of my common sense says they are being forced. Period. Now, they want, see, these people they're not that stupid. They're low IQ, but they're not that stupid. Listen to me. They saw, and this is how they played dirty. This is how they played dirty. Hamas, October 7th. Oh, and I got a clip for you. October 7th, Hamas. Israel defends themselves. Goes on the attack on Hamas. Goes and says, hey, beep, 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 beep. The beeper. Oh, shoot. The beeper. Okay, all right, here we go. There's a message on everybody's beeper. Oh, shit, get the hell out of Dodge. You're about to get hit. Okay. Cell phone, text message. What? What is this shit? Oh, get the hell out of Dodge. You're about to get hit. Oh, damn. What is this paper? Huh? Get the hell out of Dodge. You're about to get hit. The Israel soldiers go into the town to get people out of their homes, away from harm. Hey, I will help you get the hell out of Dodge. They're about to get hit right here. But what does Hamas do? Hamas grabs women and children and puts them right where the mortars are, right where the missile stations are, right where the headquarters are of this terrorist regime. It is the same hateful, terrorist, extremist Muslims. You see what I'm saying? This is what they do. So Israel went and attacked anyway. And how does Israel look to the world? Well, shit, even China looked like an innocent bystander. Even China, who is a communist, who has been destroying their own people, came and said something against Israel. Listen, you can live in ignorance. And you can believe that ignorance is bliss. But it ain't. It's not bliss. I've seen 7, 8-year-olds with AK-47s. So I don't want to hear shit about your rhetoric. I don't want to hear innocent women and children are dying because they are being indoctrinated to hate from an early age, because this creates a higher success rate of terrorism. That's why they start them very young. I repeat, 7 and 8-year-olds holding AK-47s telling Americans that they're going to kill them. So there's that. Here's another one. Let me see. There's another one. I want to make sure that we keep this as private as we can. Here's another one. Now, I'm going to read this quote here. Let me copy this because I don't want to be twisting my head that way too much. All right, so I want you to look at this. And then let me go ahead and pull it up on this screen here. This is from Nino America. Nino says, when a regime starts putting civilians in front of power plants, it's not showing strength, it's showing fear. As Trump's deadline on reopening the Strait of Hormuz hits tonight, Iranian officials are calling on civilians, especially youth, to form human chains around the infrastructure. The state media even posted video it said showed a human chain outside the Kazaron combined cycle power plant, which is the one that I showed you. The one I showed you before. He says that is not bravery. That is a regime putting ordinary people in the line of fire while the men in charge stay protected. How about that? And that's the part people need to see clearly. Nino America, bro. That's my Latino for Trump right there, man. God bless you, man. Good common sense. He also goes on and says, if your government has to wrap itself in civilians to protect its assets, it's not acting like a confident power. It's acting like a cornered one. What's very interesting is a lot of people, or stupid people, I guess you can call them, come in here and say, oh, Iran is winning the war. And this is what it looks like when they're winning the war. This is what it looks like when they're showing strength. You put innocent children and women in the way to protect yourself. What kind of a coward does that? Iran's rulers want the world to look at those images and hesitate. They want propaganda value. They want emotional cover. But using crowds to shield strategic infrastructure is the kind of move that tells you exactly what kind of regime you're dealing with. The Iranian people deserve better than leaders who keep dragging them into danger to save. What's it? Where am I? To save. I don't want to butcher his words. I think that's it. To save face. That's it. That's all he says. So, with that being said, we'll talk about this later. We'll talk about that later. All right. I have, let's see. Let's go to Truth Social here. And I want to share this with you here. This is Jason Rantz. Jason Rantz does a radio show. And I'm telling you, he's getting more popular by the day because he is a common sense American. I don't believe that he's a Republican per se, but he tries to say what makes sense to him. And so this is what he says. Hypocrites! President Clinton bombed Serbia's power plants for 78 days. Did you know that? And President Obama destroyed ISIS oil infrastructure that served millions of civilians. Where was your outrage then? Yet neither face any calls for war crimes. So if you're still a leftist and you are in my channel, tell me about that. Tell me about it. Why nothing? Why nothing against Obama? President Trump announces he will bomb Iran's energy infrastructure, and the Democrats are ready to take him to the gallows. I told you, the truth, the truth shall set you free. Let me see if I can play this. I don't know if I can play this. I don't think I can play this. It's taking forever. Yeah, because he was better. I got you. He wasn't white. I got you. Yeah. Yep. How about them apples, brother? How about that? Where is the outrage? I want to see. I want to see the same people that are trying to crucify President Trump right now. I want them to stand together and do the same thing and call upon Obama to be held accountable for the war crimes that they over here blaming on President Donald J. Trump. Isn't that crazy? That is crazy, right? That is crazy. That is crazy. Let me see if we can go to my homepage here. Here we go. My post says, Jessica Tarlov does have to go. She really is annoying with her excuses for those who want to harm against us. Now, this is President Trump's tweet on Truth Social. Tell Shannon Bream of Fox News, this is going to be happy for you leftist people that don't like Fox. Tell Shannon Bream of Fox News that it's not the SAVE Act. It's the Save America Act. A big difference. Also, when she insists on having lightweight Democrat congressmen, such as Jake Auchincloss, on her not very hard-hitting show, she should correct them when they spew out Democrat propaganda and lies, and they should. She never does. I always close deals, unlike the Dems. and did great with China in every way. Also, unlike the Dems, for Fox executives only, take Jessica Tarlov off the air. Jessica is the most annoying to me. She is an airhead and the stupidest person I know in that channel. She is, from her voice to her lies and everything else about her, one of the worst personalities on television. A real loser. People cannot stand watching her. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President DJT. I agree. She is so freaking annoying, and I wish that she would actually make sense. I really wish that she would. Here's a tweet shared by Iwigat. If Europe won't allow us to use the bases we man and fund for their defense, we ought to close them down and remove our troops. Absolutely, 100%. 100%. I agree with the gentleman's post. And here we go. I got, let's see, President Trump. I misspelled this. President Trump delivering a tough and borderline dark message to the evil regime in Iran. The Iranian people want this regime wiped out completely. So let's take a look at this message. All right. So we can go here, because it should be in my, no. Home. Where's my home? Fuck, I hate truth, social truth. Look at that. 0 followers on Truth Social. That's horrible. Horrible. I just don't like Truth Social, but I'm missing out on a lot of information, so I don't know what the hell is it. All right, I got it here on my other page here. All right, here we go. Let's put it right there. I don't know if you can see that, to be honest. I don't know if you can see that. Let me just make it as big as I can, and hopefully that does the trick. Okay. Here we go. The message that Keon was talking about earlier is right here. So a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. Let me just stop right there. What's the message? What's the message that we get from that right there? Anybody, go ahead and put it on the chat, whether you agree, whatever. What message do you get out of that? Where were your tears for the genocide of Iranian protesters in January? Absolutely. I want to hear, what is your thoughts about that? A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. Now, I know that when I talk about our attacks or our war on Iran, because by now, we're still within the 90 days, I get, of attacking strikes and all this other stuff. It is a war regardless, okay? Unofficial, but it's still a war to me. What is the message that we get? When we say attack Iran and destroy Iran, are we talking about just the Iranian people or the regime, the Iranian regime? Because you have to understand, they have this whole, he used civilization, but I will say they have this whole hard terrorist religion. They're way too far extremists on this religion. That, to me, that culture, that could be called a civilization. Who knows? Let's take a listen. Let's take a look at what civilization is described as. Let's see. Just for shits and giggles. Let's see what it means. Here we go. Let's read a couple of things here. Let's see. Civilization, the stage of human social and cultural development and organization that is considered most advanced. So, as we know what civilization means, well, that's exactly what I think about that message. He's not talking about killing all Iranians. That's not what he's talking about. I'm going to read it again. Civilization is the stage of human social and cultural development. Civilization doesn't mean humanity. It does not pertain to citizens of a country or a village or a nation at all. stage of human social and cultural development, and organization that is considered most advanced. As you read that, I come to the conclusion that he's okay to say. Now, ignorance can be a problem because most people, as I have seen the leftists go crazy on, they think they got some dirt on President Trump. Keon believes that he shouldn't be speaking this way. He's like, I don't want the president to say those things. Well, I don't give a shit what people say. You got to dig deep. Okay, before you go judging, let's try to understand, right? I know what a civilization is, but we got to dig into what it really means, civilization, okay? And I think that that's exactly what we need to focus on. Now, with that being said, clarifying what civilization is, it does not mean the humanity of that country. He's talking specifically about the organization, about this terrorist regime. That's the civilization that he's talking about. Am I wrong? Am I reading that incorrectly? Just saying. The way that I think about the way that things are, exactly, it is a way of life, but it doesn't mean the people, does it? Yeah, we definitely need to destroy that way of life. It is atrocious. It is a monstrous way of life. That kind of civilization needs to be annihilated, completely destroyed. Go ahead, JS. How is it wrong? Here, let me put it down because maybe I'm reading it incorrectly. But what is interesting is that Sandra is right. There you go. Baba knows you, bro. He knows you. Thank you, Jason. Now, Jason's a smarter man than I am. He speaks English better than I do, and I accept that. Thank you so much for that confirmation. I appreciate it. Now, let's go ahead and continue. And thank you, right on. Let's continue and say, however, and you guys, listen, I want you to pay attention because I don't want you to say that I'm lying, okay? If you've been in my show, you know what I talk about and what I stand for. And I will try to re-explain something to you here. But he says, however, now that we have a complete and total regime change, meaning that older leaders are gone and you have new people being appointed as we speak. Now, I don't know how much I will say that we have complete control, but whatever. We're talking about the new people taking over the regime, right? And I'll get deeper into it. Just hold on. It says, where different, smarter, and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionary, wonderful can happen. Now, it's in the same sense. I'm trying to dissect the message because when President Trump says something, I automatically be like, whoa, what the hell? What does that mean? I go and read into it and be like, wait, did he say that because of this? Did he say that because of that? You know what I'm saying? You have to use critical thinking. Let's try to figure out what's going on. Now, let's see, you're talking like you graduated from third grade. I'm gone. Bro. Jesus. Lord, give me patience. Give me the strength, Lord. Give me the strength. We will find out tonight one of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption, and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. Boom! That right there should tell you. Of course, Minion will come in and say, all a lie. Guys, I've proven myself over and over. Let me get the last struggle of my coffee, mushroom and white coffee mix. Get all this powder from the bottom base. Oh, yeah. Now, just so you know, if you see me pouring this over and over in my cup, it's 28 ounces. Okay, 28 ounces of coffee that I'm drinking for the morning time. So there is that. Oh, here we go. Hey, Victor Rivera, you missed the first message that I gave you. Here we go. Spam is not tolerated. You heard the general. By the way, Jason Martin is a general in my member group. He is in the top tier of supporters for my member class. So practically he can do what I can do in the chat, and I'm not going to get mad at him because I trust his judgment. Here we go. We're going to give Swiss a chance because Swiss comes in here once in a while and he tries to throw some. Sorry, my nose itches so bad. It's my freaking hairs. Let's see. Let me go ahead. I'll give you a chance. Let me read your comment here real quick. Let's see. It's just sad that you have to translate the words of the president of the USA because he speaks like a child. Love from Swiss. If you guys understood what it meant, I wouldn't have to explain it. So tell me, who is the child? The one that misunderstood the comment that he made, or the one trying to explaining it like as if I was talking to a child? See, there's a big difference. Yeah, there was a big difference. Eric, so did I, but it's not. But it's not. So Victor Rivera missed the beginning of the show when I mentioned that Barack Obama attacked energy plants for 78 days. Also, petrol stations from ISIS. And nobody condemned him of war crimes. But you come in here and condemn Trump of war crimes? That's very hypocritical, isn't it? Yeah, I think that's very hypocritical. All right, so if you just came into my show, sorry about it, but you missed a lot of information. You might have to replay the beginning of this live. All right, here we go. I'm going to go ahead and allow some people, I guess, to ask questions. I will go ahead and read what you guys are putting on the chat here. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're getting freebies in here. I'm going to go ahead and read the statement here from our good friend Rants. Actually, no, I couldn't play it. I think that's what it was. I couldn't play his video. I got an alert. Let's see. Some people say the Democratic Party must never, ever control this nation again. Some people say that. That's not me. Somebody said pray for our troops. Absolutely. Do you know why? Do you know why all the people that are against Trump, do you know why they hate him? Because he doesn't work for them. He works for us, the American people. Unbelievable. All right, let's go ahead and get into, let me see if I have this clip ready for you. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Here we go. Let me go ahead and share this first clip. And this one says, Michigan Dem doubles down after rally with anti-Israel streamer. Now, I want you to understand that this is a spiritual battle between angels and demons and between good and evil. It is what it is, but you have to be able to have an open mind. You got to empty your glass at least halfway down so that you can retain new information. Here we go.
So a Democrat Senate candidate in Michigan is facing criticism this morning for planning a rally with anti-Israeli podcaster Hassan Piker, who says America deserved 9/11 and justified the October 7th attacks.
Just right off the bat, man. Let me change the, I don't want the, I guess I can't take the CC off, Bryce. Sorry about that. But let's go ahead and listen to this guy. And I want you to understand now, if you disagree with me on this, I will mark you as a dumbass, and I know where you stand supporting America. If you disagree with me going against this, I will know who you stand for. Here we go.
It doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live free lives, free from this occupation. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if rapes happen on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change
It doesn't matter if rapes happen in October 7th?
The dynamic for me even this much.
Democratic Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed joins us now. Abdul, thanks so much for getting.
And you on the left side, you guys were jumping against Trump with this whole attacking the energy plants and the oil refineries, whatever. Why are you guys such hypocrites? Is it the ignorance that you don't know about these things, or are you really that dumb? Did you hear what he said? It doesn't matter if the rapes happen. It doesn't matter about the rapes to him. You support these people. That is the problem. You support these people. Where is your moral grounds? How can you come over here and talk shit about us defending American values, fighting for other people in other countries, and you defend this perversion and dare to come in here and insult us that we are protecting a pedophile, which are all false claims? Nothing has been proven. That's not a fact. How dare you come in here and say the things that you say and support the very thing that you accuse us of supporting? Shame on you.
Up this morning.
Thank you so much for having me.
So, Abdul, you've run a campaign where you've got a lot of young people supporting you. You've talked about gas prices, eliminating medical debt. But there has been some moments where a lot of people that are moderate Americans have disagreed with you. And I want to play this clip of when the supreme leader, the Ayatollah, was eliminated. And this is what you had to say. Watch.
I also want to remind you guys that there are a lot of people in Dearborn who are sad today. So, like, I just don't want to comment on Khamenei at all. Like, I don't think it's worth even touching that.
So, Abdul, I guess my question would be, who are those people, and why do you still want their support?
Well, fast forward 5 weeks on, I think all of us are sad today. Our gas prices are up over $1. We're fighting a war that is taking service members' lives, and we're paying our tax dollars to do it to the tune of $1 billion to $2 billion.
Shut the hell up. This is why I don't play politician. Career politics, career politicians are a piece of shit in my book. What is the question? What is the question? Who are these people? He got caught with his pants down. What? If you don't understand how these politicians have you wrapped around their fingers, I don't know what else I can do to help you. Do you understand that he went into another thing that bugs people? Gas prices are up. Are you kidding me? Do you understand what that is? You guys call yourselves very smart, and you come in here saying lies. You accuse me of lying. You accuse me of lying. And they say it from their own mouth. This guy was smiling of the video that they just played. So what? So what if women and children were raped? Say something. Say something about that. Say something about them. So what, they said. So what if Muslims rape women and children? That is crazy. And then he first puts a shield, a sort of smoke screen, before he lies about his answer. And we're tired of paying this and paying. No, that's not what you said. You said that Dearborn was sad and did not want to say anything about Khamenei being taken out. That's because you support them. That's because those people are part of the problem. And they gotta go. That's the answer. But he brings in gas prices. Please, get out of here with that shit. You guys have been saying gas prices even when the gas price was down. So I don't want to hear excuses about gas prices. Tell me the truth. Tell me what like it is. Be a man. Say what you believe.
A day. So I think all of us right now ought to be sad. We just watched a beautiful package about Dude 44 Bravo and his heroic return. And the president said that we leave nobody behind, except for the entire American public is being left behind by a war that is unjustifiable and.
Do you see how he justified? Oh my God, dude. I'm trying to control myself. He's comparing an actual soldier being rescued, not being left behind. And he says that all Americans are left behind in this war. What the hell is he talking about? How can you not see that? How can you not see that? It is unbelievable the kind of mentality that people have out there. No critical thinking. None whatsoever. None. Zero. All these people that support these terrorists come over here and try to tell us that they know the truth? Get the hell out of here with that. That's hey, it is what it is. But you have to understand how the snake works. And I'm meaning that the snake is the devil. They tell you some truth and they mingle it and mix it all up with this big lie. And then they throw the message out there. Isn't that crazy? That is crazy. It is unbelievable that people will support these people. And then they have the nerves to come in here and try to criminalize us for speaking the truth. Listen to the way he flipped it.
Heroic return. And the president said that we leave all of us right now ought to be sad. We just watched a beautiful.
So, Abdul, I guess my question is supporting you. You've talked about gas prices, eliminating medical debt. But there has been some moments where a lot of people that are moderate Americans have disagreed with you. And I want to play this clip of when the supreme leader, the Ayatollah.
Listen, before you put a stupid comment on there and show me how retarded you are. Listen to this call right here. This privately recorded message.
Was eliminated, and this is what you had to say. Watch.
I also want to remind you guys that there are a lot of people in Dearborn who are sad today. So,
what does that tell you? There's a lot of people in Dearborn who are sad that Khamenei, the terrorist Islamic regime leader, has been killed. What does that tell you? What does it tell you that we have in Dearborn, Michigan? Listen, this is my country. pisses me off. It is a righteous anger to be pissed off about foreigners coming in here and shitting all over our country. If this doesn't piss you off, you are not American. You are not American. We just killed the leader of a terrorist regime. And he says all of Dearborn are sad, telling us that those followers, those supporters live in Dearborn. We got to take them out. Get rid of them. Take them out like trash, out of our country. Send them back over there to Iran. Go be with the leader that you support, just like I say that about Ilhan Omar. If your president is in Somalia, get your ass back to Somalia. Because the president of the United States of America is called Donald J. Trump. We have Dearborn full of these terrorist Muslim supporters. Get rid of them. Our economy will become better by getting rid of all these hundreds of thousands of idiots out of our country. If that doesn't upset you that exists, you are not American. Unbelievable. And then they go and become mayors. And they kick Christians out. Because they don't want to convert to Muslim. They want to be able to worship Muhammad, an actual pedophile. And they get upset because we worship Jesus Christ? Come on. Yeah, you can say I'm pissed off. But that's because I love my country. I love the United States of America. And if you don't, shut the hell up and get out of this country. You don't deserve to be here if this doesn't piss you off that terrorists are taking over our country by taking away all of our Congress, Senate, and maybe one day the presidency. You are a fool if you don't see what's happening.
Just don't want to comment on Khamenei at all. Like, I don't think it's worth even touching that.
So, Abdul, I guess my question would be, who are those people, and why do you still want their support?
Well, fast forward 5 weeks on, I think all of us are sad today. Our gas prices are up over $1. We're fighting a war that is taking service members' lives, and we're paying our tax dollars to do it to the tune of $1 billion to $2 billion a day. So I think all of us right now ought to be sad. We just watched a beautiful package about Dude 44 Bravo and his heroic return.
No, calling them, Jason is right. Calling them terrorists doesn't make them terrorists. But judging them by saying death to America, what the hell do you think that is, Mud? What the hell that kind of message does that deliver to the world? Death to Iran. How about that? Death to the UK. What does that tell you, dumbass?
The president said that we leave nobody behind, except for the entire American public is being left behind by a war that is unjustifiable and illegal. So I think I speak for all of us to say that we are worse off in this war than we were before. And I think all of us really need to step back and ask ourselves what our dollar should be used for.
So I would ask you, Abdul, I think you're right. I think the polling suggested, I mean, that was Iran's goal. Stated goal was to put pressure on the gas prices. But specifically, who are the people within the community that are sad about the Ayatollah being dead? Because the peaceful Muslims that I know, including those that are in the Gulf state that are supporting this action right now, they reject him and they wanted him dead. So who are those people that you know that are sad and why?
Yeah,
well, look, I'm no apologist for any regime, including our own. And at the end of the day, the question is whether or not a leader focuses on his...
Oh, it's his regime now. It's his regime.
Her people. Clearly, the Ayatollah
sense.
did not. And clearly, Donald Trump and this administration is not either. So again, I'm going to tell you, they are white, they are black, they are Arab, they are non-Arab, they are Muslim, they're not Muslim. They're all the people who had to pump gas this morning to get to work and realize that they were going to have to end up paying tremendously more money because of an illegal, unjustifiable war. So the notion that the Ayatollah is dead is one thing, but the notion by which our country did it, fighting a third conflagration in a third country in this year alone, that there is the problem. And I think we have to understand that in politics, in government, the means don't always justify the end doesn't always justify the means. And I think Americans of all stripes right now are unified by asking, what is the aim here and what are we doing?
Yeah, so I think most Americans remember the 17 Americans that were died in 1983 at the death of Iran, 244 American service members in October the 23rd in 1983, 19 U.S. airmen in Kopar Tower in 1996, and 3 U.S. Americans, soldiers in 2024 of January. I want to get to your big event that you're going to have with Hassan Piker. He has said some things about 9/11. What do you stand on this? October 7th, he has blamed Israel for that. We know that they were attacked. Do you agree with him?
Of course, I oppose rape. Of course, I don't think 9/11 was justified. But because you appear with somebody doesn't mean you agree with them on everything. Think about this. You have the president on the show all the time. He talks about grabbing people by parts of their bodies I don't think you would ever consider. And that doesn't mean that you wouldn't appear with him. My question to you is, when did we start bending to cancel culture? When did we start saying that cancel culture was okay? Because clearly on your show, you have a number of people who you don't agree with, including me. And I think it's important for all of us who want to win votes, who want to build America, to go and talk to anyone, anywhere.
And we only have limited time, so I don't want to cut you off. But I'm talking about someone standing with the #1 state sponsor of terror. I'm talking about condemning the worst attack on America. And if you want to vote in a country where we consider this event brought us to our knees, I'm talking about speaking to moral clarity specifically about that. I'm happy to have you on to talk about the President of the United States any other time, but would you speak to what he said about,
I just think it's,
excuse me,
it's important,
will you speak to what he said about 9/11
context.
and October the 7th?
Well, it's important to talk about context. I'm never going to agree that 9/11 was justified. It was wrong. It was a horrible day for all of us. I'm never going to be okay with the innocent murder of civilians. I condemned Hamas and I condemned that attack on day one. The issue that you're trying to do is paint me out of context quotes, without a context quotes taken out of context specifically to ask me these questions. And I'm going to play the same game with you. Why is it that you will not condemn the fact that the President of the United States talked about grabbing people by their body parts? And I would argue that it's all part of the same cancel culture game that we should not be playing. So I'm talking.
What the hell? What does that got to do with anything? Grab it by the kitty. What the hell does that got to do with anything? You see that? This is the same libtards that come. This is why I call these people libtards. Okay? Because they come into my channel and do the same thing. When they don't have an answer to what's happening right now in the world, when they have no knowledge of what the hell happened in Venezuela, why Cuba is important, why Iran, why this, they always go back to the same thing. Let's attack President Trump on his personal life. Locker room talk. Probably most of you have said nastier things behind closed doors. Don't act innocent. I know I have, but that's not for the world to know. It's called locker room talk. It doesn't leave any closed space. It doesn't mean that we go out there and do all crazy things. That's not what it means. But you see how he went from he got called on the regime, and he also acknowledged that's his regime. He supports Khamenei. He goes and say, well, we also have a president that says grab them by the coochie. Okay, what? So? That's almost 20 years ago. So what? We've even had women come out and say, yeah, we like it. So what? So he's really concerned. He's really concerned about that comment from the president. But he's not concerned about the raping of women and children by Muslims. He is not concerned about a pedophile prophet from Islam. He's not concerned about those things, but he's really offended because he said, grab them by the coochie. That hypocrisy is what pisses me off. That's what I can't stand. And that's what I always say to people. Don't come over here because you hate the man. Come here with facts. I had conversations with SoCal, which I don't even know why the hell he still comes. I had conversation with SoCal. We're talking about taxing people on affordability, his answer is tax some more. He doesn't care about the people that don't make even $100,000. Why? Because he's a middle-class idiot. Because he's well off with his family, he doesn't care what happens to the poor. And that pisses me off. Because when I talk about this country, it's not just the rich. It's not just the middle class. It's every American person. The American people is my priority. Period. So you listen to this guy just lying out his ass, and the left is just, yeah, he's full of truth. What the hell? What world do you live in where you can't see or connect the dots? You're more upset about him, the president, saying, grab them by the cooch, than to actually condemn Muslims raping women and children. What is it that you don't understand about that? I don't understand. Why would you give him praise on that? He says you're supporting the whole Dearborn Muslim community is sad that Khamenei got taken out. And your excuse is, well, what do you say about gas prices? Oh my God, how the hell does that compare? Raising the price in gas compared to a terrorist killing thousands of his own people because they protest. Which would you rather have? Would you rather have gas prices high, or would you have hundreds of thousands of Americans die? Pick your priority. I know where I stand.
To your audience today, because I think it's important to have a conversation that matters about the issues that matter today.
Yeah,
and that's exactly what I'm doing.
That's not on the ballot,
and
that was litigated in 2016, and the American people re-elected him again. So we've gone through that. I want to ask you about some of your comments, because you're the one that's running for office. The president is term limit. You said that ICE, it cannot be reformed, and they cannot be retrained, and they should be defunded. Do you still have that point of view?
I want you to ask yourself, Marines are getting a bum deal right now because ICE is funded to a higher level than the U.S. Marines, and we're now fighting a war. Ask yourself if that keeps them safe. Ask yourself if it keeps you safe. They shot 2 people, one in the face, one in the back of the head. So no, you cannot reform using a child as bait. You cannot reform shooting American citizens because you can operate with impunity. So yes, absolutely, stand the American public for a humane approach to immigration enforcement.
So you believe that the 10+ million, some of them, which we have captured, that are terrorists, since they're the only service that can do the deportations, you believe all those people should stay in the country? Is that what you're saying?
Come on, Lauren, you're better than that. At the end of the day, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that
so who's
ICE
gonna deport
enforcement
them?
in this particular way, when you shoot people in the face,
exactly
when
what
you
you
fund them
said.
to the tune of 185 billion, when they can walk around with impunity covering their faces, not actually being held accountable to the highest law of the land, which is our Constitution, that is wrong. You can have immigration enforcement. You can keep a safe and secure southern border, which I agree with, but not like this.
All right. We appreciate you coming on, taking the tough question.
Whatever. The guy's a moron. But we got more. We have more. We got more. Secretary Mullen suggests new consequences for a sanctuary city. Dang it, man, my nose itches.
To the Homeland Security Department. Joining me now is the new Homeland Security Secretary, Mark Wayne Mullen. Thanks for having us.
Absolutely. Thanks for coming by.
Yeah, you obviously had the role of senator. You've seen Cory Booker and others talk about this department and what they see wrong with it. As you step into this job, how do you see it now?
Well, Cory is an acquaintance that I have got to know quite a bit. Unfortunately, what you see from a lot of Democrats right now is political theater, because what they've done is they've defunded Department of Homeland Security. I mean, that's like defunding the Department of War, right? Department of War takes care of us abroad. Department of Homeland Security, we take care of everything that is in our backyard. And so what they're saying isn't actually what they're actually trying to do, because when we start talking about ICE agents are simply trying to enforce the policies that Congress passed. As Secretary, Brett, I don't get to pick and choose which policies I enforce. I enforce all the policies that Congress put on my plate. And how we do that is, well, we're a nation of laws, so we simply enforce the laws. If Corey and some of our Democrats want to change it, then let's have immigration reform. Let's seriously talk about what we're doing. But instead, they're wanting to defund ICE, and they're wanting to defund our Customs and Border Patrol. So essentially what they're saying is we don't want to deport any of our felonies or our felons or the criminals that are here that came underneath the Biden administration, and they want to open our border completely. And I don't know how we get past that, because at the end of the day, I've got a job to do, and I want to do it.
You have a unique perspective because you were up on Capitol Hill. Now you're in the job you're in. But it does not seem like there's an end to this funding battle in sight. This is the longest shutdown for the Department of Homeland Security ever.
Right. Well, longest shutdown in government history ever. And we're defunding the Department of Homeland, which is, like I said, this is like defunding the Department of War. And it's putting our mission at risk. We have some very challenging times right now. And how we get past this is that we got to put the partisan bickering aside and say what's best for America.
Right.
What's best for moving forward?
That's not just Democrats and Republicans, right? I mean, there is a split in the Republican Party. The Hill writes it this way: Republican divisions, Trump's detachment stymie GOP efforts to reopen DHS. Within the House, Speaker Johnson and his leadership team haven't found a formula for containing the rebellious conservative wing. And from the White House, President Trump's mixed messages have thwarted progress at crucial moments when a breakthrough appeared at hand. You think that's fair?
Well, I wouldn't say rebellious, conservative, or right-wing. What it is there's a problem with what the Senate has proposed, and it's a fundamental issue that is very difficult for some Republicans to get past. Is the bill that has been proposed out of the Senate that was passed with unanimous consent? It essentially, and I say essentially, defunded ICE and Customs and Border Patrol. But the reason why we made that play call is because we want to do it through reconciliation. The reason why the president and I had spoke literally for over 5 hours in the Oval Office about the best path to do this with is because September 30th is when the fiscal year ends again. We are afraid that the Democrats will try to hold the country hostage again and shut us down. And so if we can take Customs and Border Patrol off the table and put it through reconciliation and fund it for 3 years, then we don't have to worry about the Democrats playing this political theater. And so when we talk to this right side of the Republican Party, they just have a hard time saying, "You want me to vote for a bill that zeroes out those two agencies?" Like, yes, but right behind it, we're going to fund it through reconciliation. It's a fundamental process. So some people want to do reconciliation first. Why we try before we do the other 20 agencies? I get that. The problem is that I run out of money. I can only, if it wasn't for the president's executive orders, I wouldn't have any of my agencies paid right now,
right,
or employees paid.
So as you step in this job, obviously you come from someone who was removed from this job and her team. How is this going to be different under you? Well,
I never worked with Christie, Secretary Noem. But my management style is I empower individuals. You know, I have 22 agencies, what we call them components, 22 component leads. My job is empower them to do their jobs. How do I make sure that they have the tools and the assets they need and the manpower they need to be able to go out and deliver the mission that Congress and the President has tasked us with.
You said during your confirmation hearing that your goal for DHS would be that in 6 months, that DHS is not in the headlines every day.
That's right.
What do you mean by that?
Well, right now we get more correspondence from media than the White House does.
More than the White House?
More than the White House does. And so
because of the controversy surrounding
I think so, because it's become such a political hotbed. And really, why is Department of Homeland such a political hotbed? All they're doing is trying to keep our streets safe, trying to keep our nation secure, trying to keep bad actors from having terrorist attacks on the homeland. It should be something we all get behind. And so restoring the good people, understanding there's everybody here is dedicated to keep your state as safe as my state.
But
and
Mr.
so
Secretary, you know that the issue here is that you have states and cities that are sanctuary states
right.
and cities. And that's part of the issue. It's part of the problem. We saw it in Minnesota. How do you get around that?
Well, I believe sanctuary cities is not lawful. I don't think they're able to do that. And so we're going to take a hard look at this. Just one area we may take a hard look at is some of these cities have international airports. If they're a sanctuary city, should they really be processing customs into their city? I mean, seriously, if they're a sanctuary city and they're receiving international flights, and we're asking them to partner with us at the airport, but once they walk out of the airport, they're not going to enforce immigration policy, maybe we need to have a really hard look at that, because we need to focus on cities that want to work with us.
So you're saying that big cities that are sanctuary cities that have a big airport, they might lose their customs?
Well, I'm saying we're going to have to start prioritizing things at some point. Right now, remember, the Democrats are wanting to defund Customs and Border Patrol. Well, who processes those individuals when they walk off the plane? And so I'm going to have to be forced to make hard decisions. Who's willing to work with us and partner with us? Once again, I'm not going outside the policies that Congress passed for me, and we're not trying to push those, but we're saying you got to partner with us.
Some of the criticism is that the plan talked about was to go after illegal aliens with criminal histories or deportation orders, but that it drifted and that there were more and more people being rounded up that didn't fall under that category. Where are you in this scale of what your priority is?
Well, we're still going after the most egregious felons and criminals out there. But at the same time, when you have a final order or you haven't showed up to your court dates because you claimed asylum and you didn't ever show up for asylum, or you don't fit that category anymore, you're still in the country legal. Now, that doesn't mean that we're going to necessarily be hunting you every single day, but as we're doing immigration enforcement, we also have situations where local law enforcement picks up individuals that aren't in this country legally. When they do, we're also deporting those. If you're in this country illegal, you have a duty to self-deport, and we have a mechanism for that. We will actually give you money and pay for your flights for you to self-deport. And if you do it, you can come through the system legally. Because, you know, we have naturalization ceremonies 5 days a week here inside the United States, except on holidays and weekends, that people that went through this system legally, did it the right way, now become legal citizens or legal permanent residents. And so we're saying go through the system the right way and we'll help you. But if you do it illegally, I have a duty to enforce those laws, and if we catch you, then we're going to deport you.
Do we have numbers on deportations and self-deportations?
The last number that I've seen is we've deported either deported or self-deported for over the last since President's term is just shy of 3 million.
3 million.
Right.
You said you'd like to be a congressman. You really like to be a senator, but this job?
I love it.
You love this job.
I love it.
Why is that?
I feel like I get to be a CEO again. Right. My wife and I got in business when we were barely 20 years old. And I absolutely enjoyed it. I loved the employees. I loved having something to go after every single day, not just one of 100 or one of 435. But when I'm here, my chairman of the board is President Donald J. Trump, which is really neat. And then when you walk into a building like this and you get the job of protecting the homeland, and you have 270-some thousand employees that you get to work with every single day that are highly dedicated, the best word I would describe is it's awesome. And I've had a smile on my face ever since the president called me.
It's a nonstop job. You have 6 kids. You got a big family.
Right.
They're ready for this haul?
Oh, we're all in it together. It's a change, right? I mean, as soon as the president nominated me, I went down the steps, and there's cameras all over there, and I jumped in my Jeep and was driving it back to my office, and immediately I get a phone call from the Sergeant at Arms and the Director of Secret Service, and said, "Sir, go straight to the car or garage and park it and give your keys to somebody else."
You're not driving anymore.
I love to drive.
Yeah.
My team didn't drive me. I drove myself. And it's different, right? We have at the house, we have a whole lot of people around the house now. I'm actually a pretty private person. My wife says I'd be a hermit if I wasn't in this position. But it's worth it.
Finally, this is a different job. You obviously were briefed about a lot of threats as a senator. But in this job, since you've been here, what keeps you up at night?
I would say nothing keeps me up at night. I can sleep because I know we have such quality and capable individuals working. But you do get exposed to a whole lot more. The programs that I have got read into the real threats that are facing the nation.
And it's significant.
They're significant, absolutely, which is why this is the worst time we could possibly be defunding Department of Homeland. But because I know the amount of the quality of people we have working within all the components of the Department of Homeland Security, I know they've got the watch. No one can outwork me. And that's the same thing in this job. No one will outwork me. I understand this is a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week job, 365 days a year. And I accept it, and I love it. But I know that I can't do anything more than what I'm doing now, and I'll make our homeland the hardest target possibly. But at the same time, I've got to be funded to do it because I got to pay individuals.
Well, Mr. Secretary, we appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir.
I like when uneducated people come in here and start making fun of other people's education. The libtards never learn. SoCal talking about, oh, well, California's economy. Shut the hell up. Californians can't afford rent. Californians can't afford gas. Californians can't afford to have a small business. Only billionaires and rich people are thriving in California. All the movie stars in Hollywood. Shut the hell up, SoCal. You don't stand for the people. You stand for the rich people. You stand for the scammers and fraudsters. You support a moron of a governor. You could have at least saved yourself some dignity by condemning his actions, and yet he is your idol. You worship him. You look up to Gavin Newsom and defend him because I call him names. But we know the truth. Because every single Democrat today, every single one of the Democrats today are campaigning, trying to take the midterms. And guess how they're doing that? Wait, let me buckle up. Guess how they're doing that? Guess how they are campaigning today? By telling you exactly what I've been telling you for a very long time. That's right. Tax cuts, deregulation. The same things that Republicans and conservatives have been talking about all this time. And you, my friend, have been supporting the corruption, the scams, the fraud, the waste and abuse of the government in California. Many people in California are outraged right now. Oh, there you go, Eric. Fantastic point. See, Eric Klein has some sense. He just proved my point. And that is exactly what happened. So is that how this country is supposed to run? Eric Klein says California is paradise. Too bad you can't afford it. You know how paradise looks like? It looks like shit. Garbage everywhere. Homelessness everywhere. Unaffordability. That's paradise? You moron. That's not what paradise looks like. He is so on, isn't he? That is the absolute truth. Finally, somebody says it. Somebody says it. It's so expensive, you can't afford it. California's paradise where perfect people live. If you can't afford it, it's your fault. How about that, SoCal? How about that? If you can't afford it, tough. The weather is fantastic. Absolutely. But the garbage that lives in it is not fantastic. And let's not talk about how racist these people are in government. Gavin Newsom's wife goes out saying that she's going to take her kids to the South so that they can learn what racism looks like, so that they can look at poor people and see how horrible those people are so that they can become better people. Cotton Edge is here. Woke up. Good afternoon, sir. After the 324 arrest in L.A., I don't see how you can support Gavin Newsom. I have no idea either, bro, but these guys are just blind with hatred towards Donald Trump. I swear it's like you cannot say anything because we say Donald Trump is doing the right thing right now. Go ahead. You got no answer. You have no answer. You just told me We can't afford to live in California, which is a paradise. What does that tell you right there? My point has been proven 1,000%. Doggone it, this is the United States of America, the land of opportunity, and you're telling me that California is unaffordable? That Americans can't live in California's paradise because they're too damn broke? But you don't seem to have a problem taking all those taxes from the poor people. You don't seem to have a problem with abusing illegal immigration labor. See how that works? See how that works? You know what? I don't mind them making money. What I mind is people stealing from the poor. Trump is not stealing from us. He's not stealing from the poor. He's making his money in business, whatever. Every president has made money off of that. Please, please, don't make excuses for your garbage governor. I have plenty of people that live in, I lived in California. It's a piece of shit hole. Expensive rent, ugly ass apartments, small rat holes, and people are happy to have garbage all over. Don't tell me. I lived in California. I know the weather's fantastic. But that's it. Go down to Long Beach, garbage all over the beach. Go down to Hollywood, garbage all over the freeway, all over the roads and the streets. By Universal Studios, garbage and homeless all over the place. Don't tell me about the paradise, you demon. I know what it looks like. I've been there myself. Don't think that we don't know what happens over there, bro. Man, Vilma, if you can call it an apartment, it was horrible. I paid twice as much for rent in California, and I got 1/3 of the apartment that I get here in Washington State. It is crazy. It is crazy. It is demonic to say that that's paradise. But it's demonic to call it paradise. How can you say paradise is unaffordable? That's not the way it should be. It should be for everybody that works hard. Oh, see, you're privileged. You live in a house. That's a little bit of privilege, though, Vilma. Now, I got cousins that live out in California. I don't go live with them. They have houses, sure. But, you know, the time that I've gone over there, West Hollywood is garbage. West Hollywood is garbage. Hollywood itself is garbage. Down in Cahuenga Boulevard, drunkards all over the place. Crazy-ass people down the street. It's crazy. People think that you have to pay so much money because that's what they're trained to do. It's a real estate tactic. This whole $1 million view bullshit that people buy into is just for you to be ripped off. Vilma, go to Hollywood. Drive by Hollywood and tell me how wonderful it is. Now I'm going to tell you this. If I go down to California, this is what I remember from California, okay? Yeah, that's true, Vilma. It's not all places. I agree with that. But this is me, okay? I'm going to tell you this. I give you all the negative, but I will tell you this myself, okay? Just because I'm not a materialistic person. I will tell you this. I lived in West Hollywood, okay? We rented a house, but it was just the rooms in the house. There was crime all the time. And I will tell you this. I love the weather. Number one, that is my favorite. I love being able to see some palm trees because there's not like a very tropical looking place. You know what I'm saying? But I will tell you this. Even though I would drive on Highway 101 and I will go through Universal Studios and I see all the garbage and the ghetto-ness around me, there was something about it that it was like, I don't know if it's demonic or what it is, but somehow it made me feel like this ugliness is beautiful. It's like a magical place. You go into Universal City and you forget. You forget about all the problems that are in the towns and the surrounding areas. You forget about it. The lights, oh, the mannequins, the mask, the Universal Studios, Spider-Man, etc. I want to tell you, man, I remember driving on the Highway 101, and I'm just like, this is garbage everywhere. But what is it that I like about California? And it was crazy because I have sinned more when I lived in California than all of my life. I am telling you, it's like something demonic is taking over California. You see the homeless and drug addicts, and you think nothing of it. Oh, man, I have a friend calling me. I wish I can pick it up. But you know what? We have this thing that is so weird because even though yeah, okay, SoCal, that's you, not California. Now, tell me why you don't give a shit about the poor people in California, and then you can go ahead and judge me. What I'm saying is that if you don't have spiritual discernment, you will never know what the hell you're doing. You might think that you're perfect, living in your privileged life. I get it. I did. Vilma, so back then, Anaheim wasn't too bad. Anaheim was okay. There was also, what's that place down by Anaheim? I can see it, but I can't remember the name. What the hell is it called? It's in the tip of my brain. Anyways, but there were surrounding cities that I really like. I really did. Victorville is way the hell out on the east side of it. I lived in Corona. Not the best place. I lived in, yeah, that's right, bro. Yeah, the lawlessness attract Lucifer, the men of lawlessness. Absolutely, bro. And I'm going to tell you, I was hella lost. I'm not going to lie. I was lost. I mean, I can't tell you in detail all the stuff that's... Irvine, thank you. Ducati. Man, finally, Ducati says something that I want to see. Ducati's been hating me for a long time. But Ducati, that's right. Irvine. Now, I don't know how it is today, but when I was there, I thought Irvine was very nice. It actually looked kind of classy to me, at least to me. But the thing is, Long Beach. Long Beach was beautiful. And the last thing that I was there, it was garbage everywhere. Now, I'm going to come and visit. You know what? I will probably, if God allows me, I will probably take a drive all the way down to California. Maybe I'll go visit our good friend Berniel. Maybe I'll go visit his shop. Maybe I'll take some photos with him. Maybe I'll go visit some of you guys that live in South California. SoCal, I don't want to meet you. You're an ass. Well, maybe things change by then. But I'm going to take a drive and just, I'm going to try to just go live wherever I can. But here's the thing. Maybe I'll wait until I can get my Starlink, internet thing so I can have internet everywhere that I go, and then I can go live at any given time. Of course, you guys, without your support, I won't be able to do this. But I want to be able to go down there, and then I'm going to go ahead and record. Maybe that's something that I can do here, actually. Maybe sometime next week, sometime this month, I'll probably go to Seattle. You guys already seen some of the videos that I've shared. Why don't we go ahead and touch up on one more video? I want you to pay attention to this video. Here we go.
This is my tiny home, okay? It's a fucking tiny little shitbox. 1020 South Myrtle Street. And yes, I am smoking fentanyl, people.
Recently, Jacob Starr, who also goes by Hammer, told us that he's been at this tiny house for 7 months. Drugs are allowed.
You can get all high on the Betty. Everybody that stays in these tiny homes is like a hardcore drug addict, and we all do drugs in our homes. We're allowed to possess them, allowed to use them, just not in the common areas.
90% or more of the people he told me are on drugs in these tiny house villages.
I mean, there's even like 3 or 4 people in here that are like selling drugs to people like me. Definitely not gonna name any names or nothing like that, but it's really going on. So,
as Jacob puts it, there might be 1 or 2 people on site that claim to be mental health care professionals or recovery coaches, but he never sees them and they're not proactive.
5 days to check to see if maybe you've overdosed or anything like that, so they don't check on people very well at
yeah,
all.
they don't check on anybody at all, really. They don't give a fuck.
Why? Because these are called low barrier shelters, and it's just not required for Jacob or anybody to proactively use those services.
I don't know what these people are trying to tell the public, but I'm telling you firsthand, from me to the public, I'm doing drugs in my tiny home, and so is everybody else.
In fact, Jacob also went on to tell me he doesn't want to graduate from a tiny house village to a permanent supportive housing unit under Lehigh. For him, it just means I'm taking my drug habit from the streets to the tiny house to the permanent supportive apartment. This is what Housing First is. Why? Because nothing part of that continuum of care requires that he actually gets to the root problem of why he's homeless, and that's his drug addiction.
So, folks, just in case you don't know, this is methamphetamines. So now I'm actually tweaking.
That is unacceptable, and we have to do better.
Both Executive Zahilai and Mayor Katie Wilson are promising to do something different by adding more services around these shelters, breaking the cycle of addiction. We haven't gotten into the details of what that means, but from my experience for years, whether it's a tiny house village, a hotel, a permanent supportive housing unit, unless those wraparound services, meaning mental health care, substance abuse disorder treatment, job navigation, unless those services are required, we're not doing anything different.
We're talking about fucking Lehigh.
Yes, they're band-aiding everything instead of actually trying to fix things for us.
They're misappropriating federal funds. So.
Something different would include a tiny house to have Alcoholics Anonymous or Narcotics Anonymous counseling rather than using a tiny house to use fentanyl with your drug dealer. If we prioritize cycling people towards self-sufficiency instead of warehousing addiction, we won't need endless new low-barrier bills. This is what doing something different could look like. Let's ask our leaders if this is on the table.
You see why I get pissed? Do you see why I get pissed? This guy, Artie, you're a problem, bro. You're a problem. If that doesn't bother you, you can come in here and hate me all you want. These people need help, not enabling. Do you know where they get these drugs from? Do you not want to control the problem? That's what we have government, to control the problems, to have civilization, to have a group, a culture that thrives, not destroys itself. If it doesn't bother you to see these drug addictions, I mean, these people are crying out for help. I don't blame them. I don't blame them. Artie, I don't give a shit what you think about my feelings. Hey, Jason, get rid of this guy. Get rid of this guy. My problem is that it's not the tiny homes. It's the problem is that what they are doing, where's Jason? Is Jason not here? Okay, let me just put this guy on timeout for 30 minutes so I can talk. The problem is that they put this homeless. Now I'm talking about Seattle, Washington here. I'm talking about my state. They put this homeless in like not manufacturers, but in buildings that are abandoned and make them sort of homes for these homeless people that have drug addictions. And once in a while, you'll just see somebody being carried out inside a black bag, a body bag. That's how they clean the city. They give them, listen, the government provides the drugs for them. I'm not kidding you. I am not kidding you. The government provides it. They use taxpayer dollars to give them a controlled dose. And of course, you're always going to have people selling illegal drugs on the street. But how do they control it when they allow other people to do it? Who knows what's going to happen to these people now? Combe, okay, all right. Combe says Artyom was right, Dennis, and you wiped him. Typical MAGA. What was he right about? Crocodile tears? The drug addicts that need help? Is that what he was right about? You see how stupid you look? And this is probably Combe. You're probably the same guy that I just got rid of. It's the same guy. I'm talking. I'm speaking to the people that actually are real American patriots. I'm reaching out to people who actually want to hear the truth. I don't care if you like my feelings or don't like my feelings. The point is, what you just saw is the truth. It is happening. All right, Vivian, bye-bye. Get out of here. If you guys don't want to listen, man, just get out of here. I don't need you here. All right, this is how we're going to do it, Robert. Every comment from this libtards, just give them 30-minute timeout. Get rid of all these stupid-ass people that don't want to be part of the solution. This has nothing to do with Trump. Has nothing to do with Republicans or Democrats. What it has all to do is with helping the American people. And whether these people are drug addicts or not, they need help. I don't understand. Why can't you want to help people? Listen, I'm not perfect, but I try. I try to help. If people don't want to help themselves, that's okay. But I'm just going to get rid of garbage. I will probably just go subscriber mode eventually. But you know what? It's, for some reason, YouTube doesn't give. I have over 8,000 subscribers. They don't get the notifications that I'm live. There's another fake account right there. There's nothing to do with handling views of anybody. It is a fact. It is a problem. It is a drug addiction. It is a ghetto problem. Massive waste, fraud, and abuse. That has nothing to do with can't handle any issues. Just stick with the truth. What do you think he's doing? Bye, Prater. Get out of here, bro. Get out of here. Just get rid of these guys. Don't even give them a chance. Don't give them a warning. Just get rid of them. I'm going to tell you something. I'm not in this show so that you can come in here and just talk shit about everything, because people like this dumbass right here is not even a Christian and come over here tell me that I'm not a Christian. I don't care what you think about me. But the truth is the truth. How can you watch a video of a drug addict telling you that they need help and you say lies? Do you realize how demonic that is? Do you understand how evil that is? You got to do some soul searching, bro. All of the morons that think that these are crocodile tears. Do you see tears in my eyes? No, I'm pissed off because these people need help. Absolutely, 100%. Morris, I agree. But are they homeless? No. Let them, there's consequences. They will pay the consequences for using drugs. But what we don't want is enable the people to do drugs. A lot of it, Susana. A lot of it. I get it, bro, but we'll get rid of them. We'll get rid of every single one of them. Oh, shoot. Jason got tagged. Streamlabs got Jason. What happened? Oh, my goodness, bro. Listen, Victor, just because Trump doesn't care about me, according to you, it doesn't mean that I'm going to stop caring about others. Eric, I think that we should, I think Cutting Edge recommended this, but I think that what we need is more asylums. I think that if we can get, listen, we give $600 million. Okay, this is in the budget here in Washington State. We give $600 million for laser hair removal in prison and breast implants. How about we cut away that program, $600 million, and we can invest it into a nice asylum where we can actually have professionals get these drugs out of these people's bodies. You remember the old school way to recover? Sometimes they will tie them down to a bed. I'm not saying this is the way it should be done, but sometimes they will tie them down to a bed so that they can't harm themselves. Sometimes they will be put in a room where they can't hurt themselves. But they will deprive them of drugs, and they will drive them crazy, and they will suffer and all this other stuff. But eventually got cleaned up. Now, what happens? What happens when they don't receive support after rehabilitation? They'll go right back to it. What is the cause? What is the main reason of why they fall into? I don't know. I've never been a drug addict. I've never been an alcoholic. So I don't understand that part. Ducati says mental institutions stop being funded, and that has caused all this. That could be, bro. That could be. But I think Cutting Edge says we need to bring asylums back. And, you know, we used to have an asylum here in Everett. It is now a storage facility. Yeah. You know, I know because I used to go and visit this asylum, and there was a lot of elder people there, crazy people, Alzheimer's, etc. And I used to go there with the church, and I used to go in, and I will have these old ladies, old white-haired ladies. Oh, my God, son, I love you. I miss you so much. And I'm like, whoa, I don't know this lady. I didn't know they were sick. I honestly didn't. I was a teenager. I didn't know they were sick. You know, but then I realized that all these people are sick here. They're not right in the right mind. And so I will give her a hug, and she was so happy for that one little moment. She was so happy. And then the nurse, you know, helping them, you know, she doesn't know who you are. She thinks that you're her son, that she's lost, but she doesn't know. I said, that's okay. Somebody told me. But at least for the moment that I allow her to hug me is making her happy. And so, yes, I believe that. And when these people prayed, the BM loved to sell those. Oh, bro. Yeah, well, you know, maybe that's what it is, bro. But I mean, I don't know how much, you know, how good those organs are, you know, from people like that. But regardless of what it is, bro, it's something that we must pay attention to. And I'll just say this. Hey, Dosito, how are you, bro? I see you. You know, and this is one thing that I always say. People complain, right, about Trump and what he's doing with foreign affairs, all these attacks, etc. And they forget that we have a country here. They think, oh, the president should be here. And you know, blah, 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 blah. What for? So you can fight him on everything that he wants to fix? The whole time that he was trying to send National Guard to help local police contain crime, etc., leftists just hated him. Protested even. They still do, protesting ICE agents trying to help our national security. And leftists continue to obstruct, impede, and fight us. Trying to protect the president of the United States, trying to protect this country, securing it from foreign invasion. They fight us on that. Okay, we leave that alone. Let somebody else deal with it. Now we're going to deal with foreign affairs. They fight us on it. There is no way that we can reason with these people. No matter what we do, We just can't reason. I showed them a video that there is drug addicts here in Seattle, Washington, having a problem. And they still say lies. Liar. They don't even care that these people are suffering. They don't care that they're drug addicts. You should care. That is a problem. What do we put on Brandy Cruz? Changing gears here a little bit. Brandy Cruz talking about Georgia man still gets Seattle ballots 26 years after moving. Let's take a listen.
We get sent, especially around elections, people who are like, I got 2 ballots in the mail. I got a ballot for a family member who's been dead for 12 years. I personally got a ballot for a family member that used to live with me a decade ago, moved to another state and registered there. So this sort of stuff is happening, and I call those opportunities for fraud. So they want to focus on fraud. I think we should be focused on opportunities for fraud and reducing opportunities for fraud. And we got this email from a guy, former Washington resident. We just got this a couple days ago. He reached out because he's still getting ballots in the mail. He hasn't lived in Washington, you guys, for 26 years. 26 years. Since before 9/11, this guy hasn't lived in Washington state. He's still getting ballots. But he's an honest man, so he's never used them. But he's still getting ballots. And then he sent us this picture. He just got democracy vouchers from the city of Seattle, which is like a taxpayer-funded program that allows you to, like, quote unquote, give money to candidates you like. So he could fill out the democracy vouchers from Georgia, where he's lived for 26 years, and influence Seattle elections, even though he doesn't even live here. And he was also saying he was getting a ballot for a sister who passed away. So it's just absolutely insane. So we got.
But we are the ones that are insane by asking for ID and proof of citizenship. That is crazy. So, Cal, you don't pay attention, do you? Yes. Do you not understand what she just said? This is a Democrat. A Democrat person. I think that's what I understood. It's a person that no longer lives in Seattle. Maybe he's a Republican. But it's a person that no longer lives in Seattle. 26 years. 26 years he left Washington State. He lives in Georgia. Okay, finally. Oh, my God. There's a 10-second delay for some people, so I apologize. I get outraged. I go crazy because people are stupid. But that's just because of the delay. But that's the thing, that here in Seattle, they still allow people. I don't know why. It's not supposed to, right? You register in a different state. If you move from here, let's say, for example, I moved to Florida. I can still register, not that they're going to catch me, I can still register as a Washingtonian and vote in the elections by mail. But I'm not a resident of Washington State. It's like so hypocritical. I go and live in a red state and support the blue state getting effed up. That's crazy.
A response from King County Elections because we reached out about this. Like, man, for as rare as this is, how many times do we have to reach out to King County Elections about people getting ballots that they shouldn't get, or ballots for loved ones who don't live here or are dead? So this is what they said of the democracy voucher thing. Thanks for reaching out. Did a little research, and I appreciate them getting back to us, by the way.
They're very good about
They
getting
are
back.
very good. So King County Elections, this is not an indictment of your wonderful communications people who are very good at getting back to us, and we appreciate it. They said, thanks for reaching out. Did a little research, and our records showed that he has long been registered at a residential address in Seattle. His record indicates he updated his mailing address to Georgia many years ago as well. Well, that's the... Okay.
You would think that's enough.
You would think that's enough. It says in Washington, you can choose any mailing address to receive your ballot and should update your mailing address if you are living or working out of state for all kinds of reasons.
Living.
He did, though.
Yes, I know.
He did.
Yes, but she realizes, like, okay, you change your address because you've moved, so you're living somewhere else. But That's what he did.
It says, that said, voters who move out of state permanently should cancel their registration in the state they're moving from. There should be a safeguard in place in case they don't. How many of us, if I moved out of state, would think, oh, I better cancel my voter registration? No, I'd re-register in another state. And that there should be, by now in 2026, there should be a system in place by which to make sure that that cancels your voter registration when you leave the state. It says here in King County, it takes a simple form that can be mailed or emailed back to us. We encourage him to take a few moments to fill it out, sign it, and return it. It can be found here. So, and then this is Nicole's follow-up question. Given he has not filled out one of these for over 25 years, is there ever a point where an account would be flagged, either as a possible permanent relocation or a wrong address? That seems to indicate he no longer lives here. If nothing else, it seems like a waste. And that's a good point. It's like, okay, it's been 25 years though. Aren't you then inactive, or it flags something and creates something? They said, regarding his registration, our records show that he has not voted since 1998. Yeah, okay. Like,
I mean, it's good that at least
wonder?
there's no fraud.
Right,
apparently.
it says they're right, so we've never used them. There are a number of situations that would cause us to inactivate his registration. For example, if we got a change of address notification from the post office today, we would inactivate his voter registration and cancel it after 2 federal elections. That said, his change, so remember, he changed his mailing address to Georgia, hasn't voted here since 1998. They said his change was made 25 plus years ago, before something called the Electronic Registration Information Center started, and before HAVA, the Help America Vote Act, was passed. They said a lot of tools have come on board since he changed his address way back 26 years ago, that we now have this cross-state information sharing. They said what would be best for him is to cancel his voter registration with Washington State. So what they're admitting there is that if you moved a long time ago and didn't like fill out a form and send it into elections in like the 90s, or in his case, I think in 2000 or 1998, then yeah, you're probably still getting ballots. That's not going to be a small number of people. And each and every one of those amounts to opportunities to commit fraud. Now, this is a very honest man who would never do that, of course, and as they confirm, has not indeed voted in one of our elections since 1998, despite continuing to get ballots. But that doesn't mean everybody's going to be honest. And the democracy vouchers, you might think, living in Georgia, let me give democracy vouchers to the non-socialist candidate in Seattle, try to help them out a little bit. This is what we're talking about. There are a lot of opportunities for fraud in our election system. Doesn't mean that people are always taking advantage of it, but it is common sense to close those loopholes. And
it's also, we also have to take information with a grain of salt. While I believe that most people probably won't cheat, right, or do voting when they're not supposed to, probably for fear of getting in trouble, that doesn't mean that that they're not going to. Just because just a very few people have been caught doing voting fraudulently, it doesn't mean that everybody gets caught with voting fraudulently. The reason why I am pro the Save America Act with show an ID, right? If you see me with a suit, I got my American passport with me, just in case I have an encounter with ICE while I'm outside. I believe that there is ways that people can cheat. There's ways, it's so easy to go in and vote fraudulently. But, as the Save America Act comes into place, why do I support it? A lot of people come into my show and they tell me, Dennis, why didn't you serve? Why don't you sign up and go fight in Iran? That will be great if I can do that, but I can't. They won't take me. That's the bottom line. Otherwise, I would. Believe me, I would. And let it be what it be. Okay? But the thing is that in order for us to just protect our elections more, okay, we already have, punishment, a very high fee, and not many people have abused it. Fantastic. Let's make sure we get to the next level of we show proof of citizenship and that we have an ID. Okay? If we have voter ID, that'd be fantastic. Okay? But it's our duty, the least that I can do as an American citizen, it's go down to the courthouse and wait a couple of hours so that I can vote in person. I have gone down and I have filled out the mail-in ballot that I've gotten. I think I showed this at the beginning of my show last year. I show you 2 ballots that I had. If I send both of them and I don't sign them, they will count them as a vote. And they can change whatever the hell they want without a signature. All they got to do is just grab another paper, put my name on it, and then just check the boxes. Fill in the boxes, not check. Fill in the boxes. Without a signature, it's fraudulent, and it shouldn't be counted. So the only thing it's like, you know, listen, if the Democrats are just the rulers of Washington State, so be it. But you got to be able to at least give us some sort of, I don't know, peace of mind that you are looking to, you know, make it legit, like that nobody's cheating. And I think that asking for a voter ID and proof of citizenship is not a bad thing. Now, the other problem that I do have is when they are counting the votes, they have a certain amount of registered voters, okay? And if you count all of those registered voters and you happen to have less votes than those that register, or you have overwhelmingly more votes than what you should, there should trigger an investigation immediately. An audit should be triggered. And it doesn't happen. Here in Washington State, the last few elections that we've had against Democrats, by the way, we had a horrible governor named Jay Inslee. A lot of Washingtonians said F. Jay Inslee, blah, blah, blah. A lot of Republicans went out there and voted, and a lot of Democrats also voted against him, you know, and voted for the other person. Well, in both elections that I know that I was paying attention here, they actually got to a number where the person had won by the registered voters, and they stopped the count. I think that's wrong. I think they should count every single vote. And even till this day, even though they say that there was no fraud or anything happening, they got this like trucks, boatloads of trucks with ballots that never made it. That never made it or that were held. Again, we should be able to audit if there is any sign of fraud.
To eliminate as many opportunities for fraud as possible. So here's an idea. Let's work with the federal government to do that. Let's all work together and say only legal voters should be able to vote, and they should only be able to vote once. And what can we do as a team between the states and the federal government to make that happen? In a functioning society, that's what we would do. But no, everything is driven by political animus.
Brandy Cruz, ladies and gentlemen, from Undivided. I recommend you listen to her. She gives a lot of truth, shares a lot of knowledge. Gavin Newsom.
Back when he was mayor of Chicago, Rahm Emanuel pushed for an ordinance that forced businesses to let biological men use women's bathrooms. Well, here he is now.
We lost the plot. We as Democrats nationally, from Latinx to defunding the police to police organizations are all racist to bringing a set of cultural wars to our schools. We are on the losing side of those cultural wars. Full stop. We lost the plot.
Why?
And because the party got unanchored.
Unanchored? You could just anchor yourself to the facts. My goodness. And focus now, Gianno Caldwell, Fox News political analyst. So lots of montage material to put together from what these men have said in the past. Your take?
Yeah, Rahm Emanuel was a part of that plot that got lost. And the truth of the matter is Democrats across the country have browbeat the hell out of voters across the country, saying that it would be racist not to allow certain things to happen that they disagree with, or biological boys in women's sports, or the fact that you shouldn't be forced to take a vaccine that you don't need. There's been a number of issues that have happened across our nation over the past several years that put Democrats in what CNN recent polling said says a 28% favorable rating. Only 28% of voters feel the Democratic Party is doing a decent job, and that, for them, doesn't work well. But the unfortunate reality for those who are trying to distance themselves from the Democratic Party is those who are going to vote in these primary elections are going to be the progressive ones. They're going to be the ones who want to have these politicians browbeating the voters to get them to do whatever they want.
So that's interesting. I don't know if you caught in California, so this could be a new, fresh problem for Gavin Newsom. The president has endorsed Steve Hilton, the Republican candidate who's cooking up about 17% of the vote on that side of the aisle. It's tight. There are at least 3 other people that are close to him. But that means on the Democrat side, where you see all of these competitors, they're going to split it even more. Is there a chance that that just so weakens a candidate for governor in California, and that makes Gavin Newsom look horrible if he wants to run for president?
Well, I think about Virginia and the race that took place there for governor some years back, and how we had a candidate in a purple state, or maybe even leaning blue a little bit, was able to get President Trump's endorsement and still win, even in that kind of terrain. I support Steve Hilton, the Caldwell Institute for Public Safety. We're supportive of Steve Hilton and have been for a very long time now, because this is the person I believe can change the direction at California, and it won't be extreme, not by any measure. This is going to be bringing back traditional policies, securing their tax dollars, because people in California have been taxed enough already. There's a public safety crisis that are going on in certain parts of California as well, and Steve Hilton, I believe, is the person that can bring California back to his old glory days, and I hope that he is the guy who actually ends up successful.
Well, Gavin Newsom's going to need some extra hair gel, because that's a lot of wind blowing in his direction as he continues to change.
That's funny, though. That is funny. Something's going on in California. It seems like there's some suspected arson.
You're watching live now from Fox. Welcome back. We continue to follow this story out of California, a massive warehouse fire. And this is one of the live looks that we are getting in here this morning. Now, before the commercial break, we shared with you just some comments here from one of our reporters in Fox LA on the scene as they were speaking to a fireman there, providing the latest updates. It was very brief, but I wanted to share this here with you. If you are just joining us, suspected arson sparking this massive fire at an Ontario warehouse. That's about 45 minutes east of Los Angeles. Let's share those comments here with you from our Fox 11 LA team.
Updates more from the deputy chief as well, and keep you posted, of course, throughout the morning on this massive fire right here in Ontario.
Is the fire believed to have started inside this warehouse, and was it spotted by employees? And what was done to evacuate the employees? Because it looks like this fire had spread pretty quickly.
We do know, I believe, that fire did start inside the warehouse as well. But in terms of who reported it first, that's still being looked at, I believe, correct?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Was the fire first reported by an employee, or do we know was this residents nearby?
Sure. The Ontario Fire Department received multiple calls reporting the structure fire. The building was occupied at the time of the fire, so there was approximately 20 employees who were here on site, and several of them were calling 911 reporting the fire. In addition to the fire alarm, which activated, and so again, we are notified by the fire alarm company who's monitoring it, so we received multiple calls for service.
And initially there was a report of someone missing, I believe, but that ended up not being the case. Everyone was accounted for, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct. Yeah, so originally, because the building was occupied, there was 20 employees here, they did an evacuation, as you would expect. And the original report from them upon our crews arriving is there was one employee who was missing. That employee was located very quickly, and there are no reports of any injuries to civilians or firefighters.
Deputy Chief, thank you so much again. One person right now in custody. Again, no public safety threat, but they are warning residents, of course, and advising them to stay out of this area, especially given the smoke and the road closures we have here in Ontario.
One more question, Rachel. Sorry. There was a sprinkler system inside this warehouse, right? So can you ask the chief, like the sprinkler system was working at the time, but that wasn't sufficient enough to suppress this fire?
Correct. I know earlier you told me, Deputy Chief, that the sprinkler system was working at a time, but clearly you guys are still out here. I'm guessing there's just been an extra need to really put this fire out.
Yes, so we believe the fire sprinkler system was working at the time. That was the original belief by the first responding firefighters who were on scene. Again, those fire sprinkler systems can only do so much, and the large volume of fire, based on the materials burning inside, obviously was unable to keep the fire under control to allow us enough time to completely extinguish it. It did run out of control, and we're going to be here for several more hours continuing to fully investigate or fully extinguish it.
Deputy Chief, thank you so much. And again, they'll be out for quite some time. And again, no injuries to report, but a very long day for these crews. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Rachel. And once again, thank you to our Fox 11 Los Angeles team as you are taking a live look there from our chopper at.
Does that look like very weak streams to you? I don't know. That's crazy.
This scene this morning as crews actively working to put out this massive fire. I believe this is going to zoom back out here for us in a moment. You can really just see the scale of how large this really is. A lot of preliminary details here this morning, but we did just want to share with you what our Fox 11 LA team does know at this moment. We also have just another vantage point coming in here that I wanted to bring to you before we transition to some other news here this morning. We will continue to monitor these feeds here for you on Live Now from Fox, working to see if we can get any additional information, but that's the latest there from officials on the ground as of right now.
Wow. What do we got here from Maria?
Welcome back. The race for LA mayor is heating up ahead of the city's primary election, which happens on June 2nd. One poll from UCLA shows former reality TV star Spencer Pratt gaining ground on incumbent mayor Karen Bass, while 40% of the voters right now are still undecided. One poll from Loyola Marymount University finds nearly 50% of LA voters want a socialist in charge, instead of other candidates such as moderate or business-oriented Democrats. Joining me now, the man running to unseat incumbent Karen Bass, Spencer Pratt, is with us. Spencer, great to see you. Thank you so much for being here, and congratulations on this race.
Yeah, good morning. To be clear, that LMU poll was totally fake, and they actually only questioned socialists. So nobody in Los Angeles wants a socialist mayor.
Well, wow, what a relief. That's good to know, because we were all here thinking that they're pretty nuts if that's in fact what they're going for. So how does one move from being a reality TV star formerly to now a candidate for the mayor's office? How do you change perception about your brand, and give us your platform?
Well, for the last 14 months, anybody that's been following the Palisades fire knows that I'm the one that's uncovered the criminal negligence by our mayor, Karen Bass. And once you've experienced total loss with your own family, with your parents, 12 of your neighbors burn alive, 7,000 of your neighbors' houses burn down, it changes your entire life. So I didn't have a choice to run for mayor. We cannot have 4 more years of this person, Karen Bass, and we definitely cannot risk Los Angeles having 4 years of a Democratic socialist mayor.
Sometimes I feel like LA is on an island of its own and just out of, reality on so many of these issues. But what you just said in terms of people really don't want a socialist suggests maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there are level-headed people in Los Angeles that actually understand policies matter. Is that what you were suggesting?
I'm speaking to thousands of people a day reaching out to me, mothers who want to feel safe on the sidewalk with their kids and their strollers, mothers that want to go to the park that don't want to inhale fentanyl smoke from the 70,000 drug addicts that the mayor currently lets live on our streets. There are small business owners all day long that message me that want to be able to stay open and not have drug addicts going number 1 or number 2 in front of their restaurants. Over 100 restaurants just in LA have closed in the last year. Everyone is done. So at the end of the day, People want the law enforced. We have plenty of laws that make all of these things illegal that our current mayor and the potential Democratic Socialist option would continue for 4 more years. And Angelenos are done. This is not compassionate. We have 6 people dying every day in the streets. Just this week on my own social media, I was tagged in 2 different deaths. In the morning, the person was alive and they were on the side of the street. People would tag me. By the end of the day, that person was dead and they were tagging me in a body bag. This is a red alert, and most of Los Angeles is 100% done. And those 40% undecided voters, those are my voters. They just don't know there's somebody that has a message that says 100% this ends when I'm mayor. I will enforce the law that exists in Los Angeles. We don't need new laws. We have the laws. We're choosing to let the homeless industrial complex launder billions of dollars in fraud and waste. And us taxpayers that know about this, we are done with it.
Wow, what a relief. I'm with Liz Peek this morning. Go ahead, Liz, jump in.
Good morning. I would think Angelenos are somewhat inspired by what's happened in San Francisco, where you actually had a city absolutely going downhill and all kinds of trouble on the same kinds of issues you're talking about, drug abuse, crime, etc. And guess what? They started to change, in their case, and enforce the law. And now San Francisco seems to be coming back. I mean, that's pretty inspiring. And I would hope that Angelenos are looking at that and saying, yeah, we can make a difference here by voting in someone with common sense.
Everywhere I go, no matter who you are, all they do is they shake my hand and they say, thank you for having common sense. That's all I'm running on. We just need to get back to common sense. Mayor Uri, he's whatever, you know, he's done a great job. I'm going to go to the next level beyond what he's done, because there's a lot of people in San Francisco who still think he hasn't done enough. And I'm going 100% on enforce the law. We are not going to allow any drug addicts on the street. We're going to have mandatory treatment. We're going to help these people. It's not compassion to let people die on the street. We're going to get them the treatment they need, not a $1 million bed that they don't want to sleep on because they're on fentanyl. You cannot just give people $1 million laundered beds. When I say launder, I say money laundering, because no bed should be costing $1 million. But these beds are empty because these people are on fentanyl.
Yeah.
They need to get off the drugs, and then we can work on the housing.
Well, that's incredible. I mean, you were a former reality TV star starring a role on MTV's The Hills. And you're adding to a long line of actors turned politicians: Ronald Reagan, Arnold Schwarzenegger, President Trump. They attacked President Trump for a decade, and now he's there in the White House, second term, actually affecting real change. How does that background help you in this political role?
You know, the only background that matters for me is I'm a father of a 3-year-old son and an 8-year-old son, and I want them to grow up in Los Angeles, the Los Angeles I got to grow up, the beautiful LA. I'm not fighting for anybody but Angelenos and my family to be able to get the Los Angeles that we all know can come back and thrive. And we need to do it fast, because the Olympics is coming, and right now, nobody on planet Earth wants to go to any event on the streets of LA stepping on fentanyl needles, human poop, everything smells like pee. It is disgusting. We need to get in here. We need to enforce the law and get these streets beautiful like they should be and they can be for the Olympics.
Well, this is just incredible. I mean, one of your focuses has been restoring the Pacific Palisades after the devastating and deadly wildfires last year. You were one of the victims, as you just told us, and your home is still not rebuilt. What is Karen Bass doing?
Well, technically, we're in a beautiful studio van parked in front of my dirt lot where all of my memories of my family were right there. And so thankfully, every time I come here, I get more inspired to make change in Los Angeles, because this is not a game for me. These other people, respectfully, they're politicians. I am not a politician. I'm an angry taxpayer that wants LA to get fixed. In the future, when there is another emergency that is bound to happen, we need to have the general fund have money for emergencies. When all of our houses burned down, Karen Bass had $0 in the emergency fund because she doesn't know how to manage the city budget. It's insane.
You know,
so Karen Bass has done nothing, period. Nothing. Absolutely zero.
Spencer, I mean, we had Dan Yergin on, energy expert, the other day. And Liz, I want to get your take on this, because what Dan Yergin said was that if you look at the whole country and where the biggest impact is from the spike in oil prices that we're talking about, it's California. Why? Because of all of those policies that they've had for so long. They're getting so much of their oil and gas from the Middle East, from the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, I mean, Gavin Newsom was complaining about gas prices the other day, and I literally laughed out loud when I saw it, because so much of the gas price increase, and always 50% higher than gas price in California versus the national average, comes from taxes. I think it's 90 cents a gallon is the state gasoline tax, or I think it's 95 cents, and taxes and fees and other things. I mean, it's totally self-imposed. So Dan Yergin's probably right that it has certainly hurt California. I'm questioning another thing, though, not only gasoline prices, but have you heard from or gotten support from any of the Hollywood elites who are appalled by the idea of a California billionaire tax, or is that something that's really not at play in your race?
Spencer.
I'm not going to name names, but some of the most powerful people in Hollywood have reached out in support of my campaign, but they fear what really the consequences if it looks like they're supporting me and not Karen Bass. So thankfully, Hollywood wants me to come in, clean the streets, bring Hollywood back to what it should be in Los Angeles. We're losing so many jobs. When people think about movies not getting made in LA, they're not thinking about the audio teams, the sound, the lighting, the grips, the catering. It's a trickle-down effect of so many families that no longer can live in Los Angeles because this was Hollywood. So thankfully, there's a lot of heavy hitters in Hollywood that are lurking, that want me to win, and I understand the fear that they have to come forward, and that's okay. But back to Newsom and how diabolical his whole setup is. My house burned down because him and his carb team protect a milk veg plant around our houses. Right next to our houses was a milk veg that they protect and care more about plants over people. And they wouldn't let the fire department clear it with their dozers. And they let our houses burn down because they protect plants over people. So when I'm mayor of Los Angeles, I will have the LAFD cut 300 feet of the 50 years of dead fuel that surrounds communities, that they protect these plants that burn no matter what. All those plants they protected, they're gone.
Well,
So
look, they were
the
protecting
idea
the
that
fish, too.
we care more about plants.
Right? Spencer, they were protecting the fish, too.
There's a lot.
And because she didn't have enough water when the crisis first hit. So we know that. Yeah, final word, Spencer.
No, the water was all Mayor Karen Bass and Janice Quinones at the LADWP. She should have never had the job. Karen Bass gave her double her predecessor, $750,000, and they left 2 reservoirs empty leading in.
That's crazy, but let's keep defending, this incompetent government. Sorry, guys, but we have to listen to this guy here real quick.
Good morning, everyone. We are gathered here today to mark a major milestone on the path to closing Rikers. We stand here together at New York City Health and Hospitals Bellevue, opening an outposted therapeutic housing unit for incarcerated individuals, the first facility of its kind. I am deeply grateful to the many advocates and activists who have fought tirelessly to advance a more just and compassionate approach to carceral care. And I want to thank the district attorneys, public defenders, and judges who are doing the work to speed case processing and reduce our jail population. I am also proud to be joined here by our public advocate, Jumaane Williams, by our Manhattan Borough President, Brad Hoylman-Siegel, our Councilman, Yusuf Salaam, our Councilwoman, Gail Brewer, and our Councilwoman, Sylvina Brooks-Powers, as well as a number of leaders from our city administration. Now, for decades, the daily conditions at Rikers have been calamitous and unsafe. Rikers, as we know, is broken. 2 weeks ago, 2 men suffered medical emergencies and died while in DOC custody. These are not isolated incidents. More than 100 people have died on Rikers since 2015. The facilities at Rikers have long languished in disrepair, creating the conditions for violence and putting those with health conditions at serious risk. So
wait, let me get this straight. What he just said, violence. So their solution is to free these people fast. Quick process, fast. And people are clapping for this, guys. People are clapping for this. Unbelievable.
Often the detainees who enter Rikers, 84% of whom are being held pre-trial, leave damaged by their time on the island, traumatized, destabilized, and at greater risk for recidivism. I want to thank the corrections officers who show up to work every single day despite being surrounded by these very same conditions. For decades, our city's approach to mental health has leaned heavily on criminalization. For many in the throes of crisis, Rikers has been their holding cell. As such, it has become a de facto mental health facility, now standing as the second largest in the country, forcing staff and corrections officers to shoulder a burden they were never supposed to bear. And Rikers' remote location only deepens this dysfunction. For those suffering from an acute health or mental health condition, it can take 12 to 14 months just to get a single appointment. And those receiving care on the island are treated not in an outfitted care facility, but rather in a bus depot. This system fails incarcerated individuals in need of help in 2 distinct ways. First, they do not receive the care they need for acute conditions. Second, it deters patients from seeking critical and sometimes life-saving treatment in the first place. These conditions are deeply counterproductive, and time after time, they have turned preventable situations into full-scale crises. It does not have to be this way. We can build a system that actually works for everyone. Those who are incarcerated, those who are serving in their jobs as corrections officers, and our city as a whole. In 2019, the City Council voted to close Rikers and replace it with borough-based jails and therapeutic housing units. Yet the previous administration delayed the construction of borough-based jails and dragged their feet on the opening of therapeutic health facilities like this one. While the construction of this outposted therapeutic unit here at Bellevue was completed in 2025, its doors have stayed closed for 15 months. Today, we are charting a different course, one that diverts from the path of neglect and begins the process of closing Rikers Island once and for all. This therapeutic housing unit is home to 104 beds and will deliver high-quality care for people in custody with acute medical conditions and serious mental illness. Patients will begin moving in tomorrow. Rather than wait critical hours and travel off-site to get the treatment they need, specialty services will be just an elevator ride away. Rather than enduring the crumbling conditions that have defined Rikers for so long, they will receive care in a space designed for rehabilitation. Like the borough-based jails currently under construction, this therapeutic unit has been designed to improve the well-being of those experiencing crisis. This means brand new physical therapy and occupational therapy equipment, natural light, voluntary respite rooms, and a vast recreational space. This unit meets DOC protection standards, so we can ensure the health and safety of both those in custody and corrections officers. This is only the beginning of our efforts. We are bringing the same model to facilities in Brooklyn and the Bronx, projected to be completed by 2029, bringing our total number of therapeutic beds to 340. Now, as we advance this work, we do so with a clear goal: a city where every New Yorker is safe, where we deliver clear and tangible improvements to long broken systems, where we fulfill long-standing commitments to reform, one where we work every day to ensure that care under our city reflects the dignity that every New Yorker deserves. Now, before I pass it along, I do want to just say thank you to everyone who is here, the incredible work you do for this city on a daily basis, the fact that so often that work is not recognized, it is not acknowledged, it is not understood for the scale of the impact that it has. And I cannot thank you enough for what you do for everyone who calls this city home, and I cannot thank those around me enough who have been on the front lines of fighting for this project amidst the most inexplicable and repeated delays, day after day, month after month, year after year. Your willingness to continue to believe that a day like today could, in fact, arrive is what allowed us to make this decision. And I will never be able to thank you enough for that. So with that being said, it is a pleasure to now introduce one of those very New Yorkers who has long been on the front lines of this fight. Please join me in welcoming public advocate Jumaane Williams.
Peace and blessing, love and light, everybody. What a difference an election makes, I'll tell you that. We got a historic mayor, a historic commissioner doing historic things, and I'm very excited about the direction of this city. This facility represents a long overdue step toward aligning our justice system with basic human dignity. Imagine trying to have human dignity for everyone. Ensuring that people in custody receive the medical care they need without unnecessary suffering. For too long, individuals on Rikers Island with serious health conditions have endured hours-long transfers just to access routine care. This is not just inefficient, it's also inhumane. By bringing care directly to New York City health and hospitals like Bellevue, we are reducing harm, improving health outcomes, and treating people as patients first, not just as people in custody. This initiative is especially critical for older adults and those living with chronic illness, cancer, and serious mental health needs, populations that are too often neglected in our jail system. If we are serious about closing Rikers, we must invest in solutions like this, ones that safely reduce the jail population while expanding access to care and support. This is about public safety. People who receive consistent, coordinated care are more likely to stabilize, recover, and successfully return to their communities. Today is a reminder that real reform requires partnership between our hospitals, our correction system, and our city leadership. And we must continue building on the progress with urgency and accountability. And I want to remind folks that this country is about 4% of the world's population, but we represent about 25% of the world's jail population. But we are not one of the safest countries in the world. And that just means simply equating how many people are in jail with safety does not work. And we understand that sometimes people need a timeout. I get that. But we have to change the narrative from the people who fling around words like tough on crime to people who are serious about safety. And what you are seeing here today is people who are serious about safety, making sure people get the care that they need, making sure that people who are on both sides of those bars, who often come from the same community, who are often black and brown, definitely working class. Our corrections officers are also black and brown. A lot of them are black women. They are being asked to solve a problem that people have not yet learned to solve. And we have to stop asking them to do that and putting people in harm's way. We want everybody to be safe on Rikers Island, and one way to do that is to get people off there that shouldn't be on there in the first place and make sure they get the care they need, because they come back to our communities. We want to make sure they come back better, not worse, and at least come back alive. So thank you so much to the mayor. Thank you for everyone. Commissioner, I'm excited about everything you're doing. Let's continue the work. Thank you so much, everyone.
Now, please join me in welcoming our DOC Commissioner, Stanley Richards.
Wow. This moment is what hope looks like. This moment is what the future could look like. And I am just so thankful to be leading in this moment the Department of Corrections. So thank you, Mayor, for appointing me, for being bold and being consistent about making sure that every New Yorker lives with dignity. Thank you, Dr. Yang, 10 years, yes. 10 years, Dr. Yang has envisioned this moment, centered on the humanity of those in our care and those in our department. So thank you for your persistence to never give up in the face of enormous challenges. And thank you to the New York City Health and Hospitals Corporation and the Correctional Health Services team. Wow. This team worked around the clock to bring this facility online. And I want you to know how deeply we appreciate that effort. I also want every service member of service, our correction officers, to understand that our gratitude is not reserved only for special occasions like this. You are valued 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. But appreciation cannot live in words alone. As meaningful as a thank you or a pat on the back is, it must also be reflected in the environment we create. When we walk through the doors and we see the new lockers, the updated cafeteria, the modern workstations, and the uplifting design all around you, you know that this space was created with you in mind. It reflects the important work and mission of the New York City Department of Corrections. There is no higher purpose than caring for our fellow New Yorkers and the members of the New York City Department of Corrections. As we take in this space, the light, the textures, the thoughtful design, it represents more than just materials and construction. It sends a message to the people in our care and to the entire city. You are valued. Your well-being matters. No matter what challenges you may be facing, you are seen, you are heard, and you are uplifted. When someone enters the care of the New York City Department of Correction, we are committed to providing the resources and support needed to return to the community better prepared to succeed. Health is at the center of that commitment. So today, we cut this ribbon and open these doors. We are not just unveiling a new facility, we are offering a glimpse into the future. A future beyond Rikers Island. A future shaped by dignity, care, and support. So today, in this moment of inspiration and celebration, but most of all, in this moment of hope that a better tomorrow is within reach for our agency, for our staff, for the people in our care, and for the people of New York City. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Commissioner. And we heard the Commissioner say it, but I do want to emphasize that to my right is Dr. Patsy Yang, someone who not only brought this idea to our city, but who fought tirelessly to ensure that this idea could survive no matter what the opposition was that was laid in front of it. Whether it was political, procedural, technical, whether it was inexplicable, Dr. Yang would be there to ensure that the idea of dignity would survive. And it is because of her work and so many around her that we could come to this moment in time and make the decisions that New Yorkers had long been waiting for. A decision that will put us on the pathway to closing Rikers Island. And so with that, Dr. Yang, please join us. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Hi, I'm Patsy Yang with Health and Hospitals for Correctional Health Services. Back in 2016, when Correctional Health Services first came over to Health and Hospitals, and we began providing health care directly to our patients, not through a contract, but directly, we very quickly realized that Many of our most medically involved patients were actually declining what in some cases was potentially life-saving treatment solely because that round-trip journey between Rikers and Bellevue was just so arduous that it could not be endured. And we knew we had to find a way to increase access to the high-quality care that health and hospitals, that CHS with Bellevue provide and offer to our patients. So we came up with this idea that we would not only continue to create therapeutic spaces within the jails, but we could actually outpost them into a therapeutic place, a hospital, so that, as the mayor said, the services that our patients needed would at most be an elevator ride away. These outposted units, they are a first. They are unique, which is maybe why they partially took so long to do. They are a clear milestone in how we can see people more respectfully and more decently. They are intended by design and by construction and by program and by service and operation not to push us down, but to support us moving forward and onward. And so we, our patients, and everybody here and not here who cares for and cares about our patients have been waiting a really long time for this. So thank you, first of all, Mayor Mamdani, and First Deputy Mayor Fullahan and Deputy Mayor Artiego. You have totally led us across this finish line. Dr. Mitchell-Katz, I can't actually express this, but you have unblinkingly, through even the roughest times, never flinched in your advocacy and your support and encouragement. You kept the project alive. You kept me alive. We all kept going. It was great. Commissioner Stanley Richards, you are making this dream a reality. And while Bellevue, unsurprisingly, is the first, it will not be the only. And I am so looking forward to being in lockstep with you as we get those units open at Woodhull and at North Central Bronx hospitals. We really need them. And finally, and never finally, have to acknowledge the amazing correctional health services folks and the folks at Health and Hospitals facilities who worked on this project. You are amazing. This is amazing, and we never gave up. So that's that, and let's move our patients in, right? Right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Questions, please, and we'll go to Courtney first in the front here. Thank you. I couldn't help but notice that our remediation manager is here today, and I'd love to get some thoughts, something potentially from him, if he's willing to speak to us, in addition from you, Mr. Mayor, on how things are going with receivership thus far.
Yes. Are you comfortable, Dad? I'll kick us off, and just by saying that what brings us all here today is the result of collective effort, work across every single part of government. And frankly, that has been that same commitment of a whole of government approach and across and outside of city government is also what is driving us forward. It has been a pleasure working together. Our teams are in constant communication. And what is so refreshing is that while this is immensely difficult work, it feels like for the first time in a long time, there is a common sense of purpose to this work. And that is something that is driving everyone forward each and every day. I don't know if there's anything that you would like to add.
Well, good morning. I feel it's a bit underwhelming for you, but under the court order, we're not permitted to communicate with the press. But I do want to say thank you to the mayor for the invitation to be here and to tour the facility today. It's really an impressive facility upstairs. Thanks.
Just following the law here. It's what we do.
Katie, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. Two questions. I guess following up, what is the update on the opening of the other facilities at Woodhull and in the Bronx? And I know staffing had been a concern, so what is the staffing update there? And then the second question is, there is a belief that if detainees are so sick that they need hospital care in the first place, that they should no longer be incarcerated. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that.
So I'll start with the first question, then go to the second. We are anticipating the opening of both of the 2 additional sites by 2029, end of 2029. And that is work that is proceeding forward. And we have a total of 104 beds here. About 100 incarcerated New Yorkers will move here tomorrow. This will also result in the closure of the NIC, which will then be transferred to DCAS in June of this year. And I want to also outline something. There have been at different points concerns about staffing levels here. The commissioner shared something with me through the course of our tour just now, which is that amidst those concerns of filling about 130, 140 positions, they actually received more than 400 applicants from corrections officers. And what it shows is also a testament to something that the public advocate shared, which is that too often when we're thinking about the conditions on Rikers Island, many overlook the fact that corrections officers are going every day to work in those same conditions. And these are conditions that will not only be transformative for those who are incarcerated, but also those who come to work each and every day. They are conditions that bring a level of humanity back to the entire equation that we are speaking about. And then to your second question, look, there are pieces of legislation in Albany that as an assembly member I was proud to support, and I think that those are critical to move forward. One of them was elder parole, and that is something that I think is part and parcel of the same spirit that we're discussing today. Thank you.
Julia will be next. Grab the microphone, please.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning. How are you?
Hi, good. Thank you. So is there a distinction that you'll be making between how many beds will go for people with medical issues as opposed to mental health issues? And also, being that this is only going to be able to handle 104, I'm assuming there are many more people that are in need from Rikers. So where do they go in the meantime?
So I'll just first go through a few parts of your question, and then I'll pass it over to our commissioner. We are speaking about New Yorkers who are incarcerated who have serious medical needs that require these kinds of services. When we're speaking about the entire population that have this scale of medical needs, they will be covered once we have all 3 outposted facilities open. So this will open about 104 beds. We will then see with the 2 additional facilities that'll bring us up to 340. The reason that we're able to close the NIC is because about 2/3 of the population that was held there previously was held there simply on the purposes of overflow, not having to do with the care that was being provided. I want to just also point to something that Dr. Yang said. The amount of time and effort that it would take to bring an incarcerated individual to this level of medical service meant that many incarcerated people were refusing that medical care and instead choosing to go without it. There is a significant impact that the kinds of conditions we've seen on Rikers have on the health and safety of everyone who is both incarcerated there as well as who works there. Commissioner, if there's anything you want to add.
I think you...
Okay, all right. Well. So this will be a focus on serious medical needs for those who are currently incarcerated.
Do we have more on topics? Marsha, go ahead.
Morning, Mr. Mayor.
Morning, Marsha. How are you?
My question to you is this. This is the first step in trying to close Rikers. And the date for closing Rikers, as we all know, is 2027, which is next year. Given the fact that there are about 7,000 or so inmates at Rikers now, the borough-based jails hold about 4,000. What steps are you going to be taking to reduce the jail population, and will you be able to meet the 2027 deadline?
So, over the course of the campaign, I spoke about our commitment to closing Rikers Island, and I also spoke candidly with New Yorkers about the fact that the prior administration's lack of interest, to put it charitably, towards fulfilling that meant that the stated deadline was practically impossible to fulfill, because we've seen years of a flouting of not just recommendations, but requirements, frankly. It is going to take us quite a bit of time to ensure that we can put our city back on the path that the City Council voted for in 2019. And it will also take a whole of government approach. So, yes, we have our remediation manager here. We have our public advocate. We have city councilors. We have our borough president. We also have our district attorney for the borough of Manhattan, Alvin Bragg, who's here with us. We have many others who have joined us, because it will take all of us to create a system where we can finally ensure that we are processing these cases at the speed that is necessary to actually deliver on the spirit of the law. And I'll just add one thing. Many New Yorkers know this, but for those who don't, the vast majority of New Yorkers who are held on Rikers Island are being held pre-trial. That's correct. And the inability of our city to move quickly at the pace that's required has meant that there are individuals who have been languishing on Rikers Island not just for months, but sometimes for years. This is part and parcel of not just transforming the physical infrastructure of what it means to have our criminal justice system, but also what it looks like to act upon that same spirit.
More diversion programs and other things so that people actually aren't going into the system to increase the population.
We are going to look at all of the different approaches that are on offer. It is always going to be driven by safety and also by a commitment to dignity. And I think as the public advocate laid out, oftentimes those two things have been pitted as if they are against each other, when what we've found is that the conditions on Rikers Island, the brutality that has become endemic to so much of our correction system, is also heavily linked to so many of the struggles that New Yorkers are living through right now.
All right, we'll take some off topics as well. Dana, go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, Jen. How are you?
Good. There's a report in City and State today about how your administration removed DEI language from the racial equity report that you released this week. Why was that decision made, and do you support that decision?
So I want to be very clear. Our administration inherited a report that the prior administration had refused to release, a report that had been heavily diluted over many rounds of revisions. We took the time to strengthen this report to ensure that it was actually an accurate reflection of the city that we all love and know as our home, and to actually release this report within the first 100 days. Now, in this report, what we've seen, it's a report that is both coupled with a true cost of living report, is that the inequities in this city, the racial inequities, are stark. We are talking about findings that have shown that the wealth of a median white household in the city is more than $200,000, while that of a black household is less than $20,000. This is not an indictment of any one New Yorker. It is an indictment, however, of policies and politics that have persisted for far too long. Our commitment now is to act upon these findings, to do so in concert with New Yorkers' comments, as we've now opened a public comment period for the next 30 days to ensure that we have a city where we are reckoning with the long history of racism here and starting to act upon a framework that puts equity right at the center of it. Thank you.
Sure. But why remove the DEI language?
We put forward a stronger report that actually reflects the realities New Yorkers are living through.
Thanks. We're going to go to Melissa next.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Congratulations on naming an ACS commissioner.
Thank you.
I'm wondering, what can you tell us about your child welfare philosophy now that you've chosen someone to lead this agency? Are you planning to restructure the agency at all? And most importantly, where will your ACS draw the line between the occasional need to remove children, which is very painful and traumatic, as we know, and also disproportionately impacts families of color, and the need to keep children safe in their homes? What on that subject would you be doing differently, if anything?
So I'll begin with the appointment, which frankly is a very exciting appointment, in Rebecca Jones-Gaston, who will be the new commissioner of ACS. She is someone who brings with her local experience, state experience, and national experience. She has dedicated her career, frankly, to building smarter and stronger systems that keep children safe and families together. And when we're thinking about what she brings to this position, it's nearly 3 decades of experience, and it's a vision of a city where young people are safe and thriving, and that their families are also supported as the ones who provide the most important resources and protection. And I'm looking forward to seeing her leadership in action, as it will be one that will have tangible impacts for so many New Yorkers across the city, and we're very excited to see what she does.
And on the subject of family separations and risk assessment, do you have any thoughts about what your agency might do differently?
What I'll say is that our new commissioner has my full trust and belief, and I know that in her actions we will start to see the fulfillment of that vision, where children are safe and families are also recognized as their most important protectors.
Thank you so much. That's all the time we've got. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, if they want to make it public, that they are trying to give more comfort to criminals. I find that not so surprising. It is no surprise. We have a shooting up in North California from ICE agents.
Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do have to hit a bit of breaking news I want to bring to you outside of what we've been watching there in Iran. Putting this up on your screen. This is from our partners there at KTVU saying this. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officers shot someone in Patterson, California, leading to the partial closure of the I-5 freeway there as well. And so this is according to the sheriff's office. I'm going to put this up on your screen. It's a live vantage point that we also have of the scene, which I'll show in just a few minutes after this response from the FBI in Sacramento, saying that the FBI in Sacramento is responding to the scene of an ICE and CBP involved shooting in Patterson, California. We are conducting a thorough investigation in partnership with the county sheriff's office and are grateful for the Patterson community continued patience and support as this investigation is in its early stages. We are unable to release additional information at this time. And so once again, we have this live vantage point taking you out to it to show the portion where this freeway is shut down, watching all of this reaction. But again, in a statement to our partners there at Fox 2, the ICE director Todd Lyons identified the man that officers shot as Carlos Ivan Mendoza. They say that he is an 18th Street gang member who's wanted in El Salvador for questioning in connection to a murder. Lyons did not state whether that murder occurred or who was killed, and a spokesperson for the agency has not yet responded to any further comments on this. But again, that was according to our partners there at Fox 2. But what we do know is that the U.S. Department of Justice does consider the 18th Street gang Los Angeles' largest street gang, with members hailing from the United States, Mexico, and Central America. This is what's being reported that happened at the time. Officers approached the car. Mendoza then, quote, weaponized his vehicle in an attempt to run an officer over, according to Todd Lyons there, the ICE director, saying that ICE officers then fired defensive shots to protect themselves and their fellow agents and the public. Mendoza, though, was ultimately taken to the hospital. Lyons said the operation to find Mendoza was a targeted operation. Efforts, though, to speak to Mendoza or to determine if he had an attorney or family were not immediately successful here from our partners at Fox 2. But the sheriff's office did write on Facebook today that no local law enforcement was involved in this incident. The sheriff did first report about the station around 8:30 a.m. local time. And so once again, we're seeing there from the scene, it appears that things are still shut down on this I-5 freeway in connection to this ICE shooting. Again, the on and off ramps there at Sperry Avenue have been closed. This area apparently is in the central.
One less gangbanger in California.
Well, it's an unsurprising.
The people that didn't like Mayor Eric Adams, a black man, black mayor in New York. Nobody liked him. Apparently, that's just the way it goes. But I guess a Muslim communist is much better than a black socialist Democrat. Isn't that crazy? That is crazy. You choose a Muslim communist over a black Democrat. Very interesting. They called me a traitor, a sellout. Very interesting.
Case of buyer's remorse. Democrats elected last November are already facing massive backlash. Folks who ran on a message of affordability now forced to answer to constituents whose bills just keep climbing. Like New York City's Zoran Mamdani, who promised to lower housing costs, but instead is pushing a property tax hike as water and electricity bills soar. But it's not just about the prices. It's also the radical public safety proposals in a city plagued by crime. Frankly, even lifelong New Yorkers are worried. So I caught up with one of them, former Mayor Eric Adams, to talk about all those concerns.
Well,
former mayor of New York City, Eric Adams. First of all, tell me, how has life been for you as a private citizen now?
Oh, you know, it's really difficult to really absorb that I've been doing this for 40 years. 40 years nonstop, 12-hour days, just hearing concerns of people. And when you wake up the day after and realize that you're not responding to a shooting, you're not responding to a crisis, and you're just able to focus on yourself, it's an unbelievable feeling. And I'm excited because of my time as mayor. I spent a lot of time inviting foreign dignitaries to the city. And now all of that has turned into some good communications and relationships. And so it's a great world out there waiting for me.
There is a different mayor.
Yes.
At Gracie Mansion right now. What are you hearing, generally speaking, from New Yorkers?
Oh, there's concern. You know, yes, you have to ensure the streets are safe. Yes, you have to take out the garbage and all of those things and ensure the economy is great. But there's a lot of symbolism. When you have police officers attack in a park and you dismissive of that, when you lose double-digit people on your street because they're sleeping because of cold weather, when you believe that you want to tax the top 1% who pay 40 to 50% of our taxes, that's just the wrong symbol. It's only been a little over 2 months,
right,
where people are concerned about what the future, are we going to lose the gains that we've had?
I know that while you were mayor, obviously former law enforcement, you focused a lot on public safety. Mayor Mamdani has put forward, or will be putting forward, somewhere around $1 billion for this new program that instead of uniformed police officers, you're going to have people who are just everyday citizens responding to emergency situations. How do you feel about that? How's that going to work for New York City?
I think it's reckless. I think it's really careless, not having the full scope and understanding what public safety is. You don't take 17,000 illegal guns off the street unless you have the police personnel to do so. You don't drive down homicides and shootings to the lowest levels and rebuild confidence on our subway system by not having the physical presence and the visible presence of a police officer.
Well, part of the job, obviously, of being mayor of New York City, you deal a lot with homelessness.
Yes.
And the cost of one unhoused individual right now in New York City per year is somewhere around $81,700. Now, the median income here in New York City is less than that. It's $81,200. Right. Is it going to be sustainable to deal with the homeless crisis that continues to plague New York City? I don't know how you do it at that rate.
You know, when people think of this mayor, they forget about the entire democratic socialists of America. When we went to various communities and we broke records in building housing, he was one of the loudest voices to stop the housing pursuits that we were doing. And so you can't have it both ways. You can't state that you want to take people off the streets and put them into housing, and at the same time, every time we attempt to develop, you are in the way and you make it challenging to build in the city. The reason you see this housing crisis persist is, number one, we're not building more. Number two, he was the loudest voice to tell everyone from the bordering countries to come to this city and live here. But they wanted to live for free as long as they wanted.
Yeah, it was actually kind of interesting to watch all of that play out because you were actually very willing as mayor here in New York to work with the Trump administration. The media was very critical of you. But in an interesting turn of events, you have Kathy Hochul, who has met with Tom Homan, the border czar. She hasn't heard a lot of backlash from that. You have Mamdani, who's gone to the White House and met with the president in the Oval Office. I haven't heard a lot of backlash from that. Was there a double standard for you?
A triple. and think about for a moment, I was demonized for doing that. But you're right. Governor Hochul traveled there. Zoran traveled there. You don't hear anything about it.
Yeah, very interesting.
Right, exactly.
Very interesting.
You know, so the mission of what I was calling for, secure our borders. And you don't have cities being overburden the cost. You know, we spent almost $9 billion. That was $9 billion we did not go after chronically absent children. $9 billion we didn't build into housing. $9 billion we didn't put into homelessness. Those billions of dollars, the long-term repercussions of Houston, Chicago, Los Angeles, we're going to have long-term impact from what the previous administration did with having cities take on the burden of the border crisis.
You just talked about the fact that Zohran Mamdani calls himself a democratic socialist. We remember when he was running for mayor, he offered a lot of things for free, free childcare, free buses, city-run grocery stores. And then he got into the mayor's office, and it looks like he figured out, I don't know how I'm going to pay for these things. So he has now talked about the fact that he wants to raise taxes. How is that going to work for New York citizens?
I was a working class police officer. And so when you hear 10% increases on property tax, that is going after those working class union member communities. And now people are realizing that, wait a minute, he's talking about us. You know, now, say, well, he's only going after the 1%. 1% of New Yorkers, the high income earners, pay 40 to 50% of their taxes. And they have the luxury to move if they want. You're talking about billions of dollars that are leaving our city because of these draconian actions of let's just continue to not only tax your 1%ers, but also let's be arrogant on how we interact with them. I want the guy that drives the limousine to make a good salary and the person that sits in the back of the limousine to use his discretionary money to make sure our theaters, our plays, our nonprofits, billions of dollars that go into our economy. That's the financial ecosystem that he does not respect.
You famously left the Democrat Party whenever you were running for your second term in office and you became an independent. But there's a lot of discussion about who is in charge, who is the head of the Democrat Party. While you were mayor of New York, did you have a lot of conversations with leadership in the party?
Well, I didn't leave the party left me. When you have a party that is willing to denounce our ICE agents who are working class men and women protecting our city instead of denouncing terrorism, they're no longer defending the voice of the working class people. And I think that I am blue in my belief, but I'm red, white, and blue. America's first, and we need to defend our country on every ground, both foreign enemies and domestic enemies. And I think the leadership must represent that.
Well, if you had at least the Democrat leadership here in New York in a room with you, and you wanted to give them a little bit of advice or give them a little piece of your mind, what would you say to them right now?
I would say, come with me to Brownsville. Come with me to South Jamaica, Queens. Come with me to the South Bronx, where shootings are a major problem. And I would tell them, let's speak to everyday people, and let's find out from them, are they anti-police? Do they want our borders to be open? Let's speak to them, and then let's listen to those who have hijacked the beliefs of what working class people want. I hear some that say, well, you know, now that you're no longer mayor, allow the next mayor to do what he wants to do. Not in my city. You know, I've done too much for this city. I wore that bulletproof vest for 22 years and protected the children and family of this city, and I'm not going to surrender the city.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the
It's just interesting to listen to these guys who are now leaving office and those who are coming and campaigning to be in office. Like when we listened to the debate, right, from California a few days ago, every Democrat politician was talking about how bad regulation and taxes were in California. But they didn't say that before they started running for office. They kept blaming President Trump and the tariffs and the war and the attack and the battles and this and that. But now that they're running for office, they're saying the same things that we have been hearing from Republicans, from President Trump. And they call us neocon supporters. They call us an echo chamber. Well, if it's the truth, I don't mind being an echo chamber. I will repeat the truth only because I believe it to be so. And this proves that what I speak is the truth. Now that they're looking for a position in office, they agree with me. They don't say it that they agree with me, but they're giving the same speaking points or the same talking points that I have been saying since I started this show. And now they realize that it has been a problem. Let me tell you what happened. What is it, in Michigan? This lady ran for governor. I don't know if somebody knows the name of the lady. I forget her name. She runs for governor. She says she's going to do this, this, and that. Boom. Now she's in office. Opposite. Democrats run for office as Republicans, but they're just fake Republicans. And that's how they destroy the country. So far this tax season, working family tax cuts have reduced taxes for 12 million small businesses by an average of $7,000. This is all due to President Donald Trump. Boomerang, why should we impeach Trump when he's doing a tremendous job? Spamberger, thank you very much. That's the one. Spamberger, that's the one. It's exactly what President Trump promised. Oh, there you go. I should have just read that. More money in the pockets of hardworking Americans that will be reinvested in new jobs, higher wages, and more growth. Isn't that crazy?
Well, you're absolutely right, Larry. Look, small business confidence is well above its 52-year average, and that's largely thanks to President Trump's working family tax cuts that have already delivered $220 billion in tax returns. That means small businesses on average are getting about $7,000 back. This is the most pro-growth economic agenda that we've seen, and it's creating economic prosperity for working families, whether it's the 25% of filers, they're getting no tax on overtime.
So let me hit team hype. Let me give you. I want to give you a break here. What is truth? What is truth? I'm asking you a question. How do we know something is true? Truth would be followed by proof, facts, evidence. If you call me an echo chamber because I'm telling the truth, just because you don't believe it, it doesn't mean it's not the truth. I have spoken about the big, beautiful bill. I said the big, beautiful bill is going to give you tax breaks. No tax on tips. No tax on overtime. I also said no tax on Social Security. And I also said that you will be able to, if you buy an American car and you're financing it, you will be able to deduct or put as a deduction up to $10,000 of interest for that loan. You all call me a liar. Lie, 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 liar, liar, liar. This is what you guys said. So far, because of Trump's work, first of all, with the tariffs, a lot of people complain about tariffs. I made over $8,000 in my 401k. Thank you, President Trump. I got $4,000 more in tax returns because of those tax breaks. Thank you, President Donald Trump. You called me a liar, but I made money. You said the tax cut is just for the rich, and yet here we are. Small businesses have benefited with an average of $7,000. Not the most, just the average, $7,000. You called me a liar. I told you it was the truth. You didn't believe me. Well, now you can't call me a liar because there is proof. That's how you know it's the truth. When you say, okay, I'll remove this guy. Don't worry, I got this. I got this. Trolls. These bots, these trolls just don't understand. They will never leer anything. $7,000 is nothing. How about negative $7,000? Is that something? That's right, Mike. My Paola Antonia. You guys support criminals, and yet you call us criminals. Hey, baby girl, what is it? Message from mom? I see emojis, sweetheart. What is it? 4:30? Okay. Well, I think it's, yeah, okay. Thank you, sweetheart. Love you. You good? Yeah? Okay. Ah, man. The life of a father. Isn't that fantastic? Such a blessing. Hey, listen. I have been proven right all this time. I don't know. I don't know when people are gonna, they're gonna come in and they're gonna start accepting that we've been right all along. You may not like what I like. You may not believe what I say. But I believe the truth shall set you free. I'm giving you facts after facts with proof. I'll probably have to explain that text message, that tweet from President Trump later. Gotta go pick up my wife. Thank you guys for your support. Thanks for the super chats. Appreciate it. Appreciate all of you guys. I really do. And I do love every single one of you guys, but some of you make it so hard to love you. Why? The truth is undeniable. I'm telling you, there is so many things here, Tanya. But you have been supporting me. Brian, Robert, Jason, Sandra, all of my subscribers, most of them, all of my members. Love you all. Thank you so much for your support. I've been right about everything. I'm about to get a hat. Dennis has been right about everything. And we are right to support President Trump during these attacks on Iran. And we will be proven righteous and truthful. All of you guys who believe in God and trust in God know that I'm saying the truth. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless the USA. I will see you guys on the next one.